I'd like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents meeting. I would like to ask Ms. Duncan to please call the roll. Note that there may be some folks who are participating via Teams, and Ms. Duncan, as General Counsel, will explain to everyone how that participation works in terms of any items we're going to be taking action on during this meeting.
Yes, so for those people who are on teleconference, in order to be counted, you need to have your cameras on, please, so that you are visible to those who are streaming. Thank you, Regent Jackson. It's good to see you. And if you will please refrain from putting anything into chat. If you have a question, then you may raise your hand. All right, we will take the roll. Chair Damaris.
Here.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Here.
Secretary Fletcher.
Here. Here.
Regent Allen.
Here.
Regent Cox. Regent Finan. Both Regent Cox and Regent Finan have said they will not be in attendance today. Regent Gallagher.
Here.
Regent Girdler.
Here.
Regent Green.
Here.
Regent Herdink.
Here.
Regent Jackson.
Here, participating by Teams.
Regent Martin.
Here.
Regent Schaus.
Here.
And Regent Witten.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, General Counsel. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, but before I get to that item, I have a couple of modifications that I want to make sure the audience is aware of. Board members have an updated copy of the agenda as it was posted in the on-board. When the agenda was published to the public, we had items just in a different order than they are right now. So I just wanted to note for those folks who looked at the published agenda that we moved the 403B retirement benefits OPEB trust to before employee benefits on the agenda. And we also moved the update on vaccine plan discussion to before strategic planning. So again, folks here in attendance, you'll already see those moves effectuated, but for those who looked at the agenda when it was originally published, you might notice those changes. In addition, I'm going to ask if the board is okay with not only those changes, but we are going to make one other change to the agenda that I'd like to propose, and that is we typically go into executive session as part of the board, and that is on the agenda. Typically, we do that during our lunch break. It's a working lunch for us for executive session. At this particular meeting, we're actually going to have two executive sessions. There will be the one that is already on the agenda planned during lunch, and we will be adding an executive session, and that will be after we hear the updates on the internal and external reports, so it will be inserted after item B. That executive session is pursuant to KRS 61.810C, pending or potential litigation. Are there any concerns, thoughts, comments with these changes to the agenda? Okay. I do not believe we need a roll call. We just need a sort of visual consent that everyone's okay.
That's correct. And I would note, Chair Damaris, that Regent Cox has appeared.
I see you. Welcome, Regent Cox. We're so happy you're here.
Thank you.
Regent
I finally
Cox.
figured out how to join.
Okay, he is participating via Teams, so thank you so much for joining us. All right, so first item on the agenda is approval of minutes. The minutes have been distributed to all members. Are there corrections to the following minutes, which would be the approval of the September 17th, 2021 minutes? That was our regular board meeting, and the approval of the board retreat on November 4th through 5th minutes. Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Okay, mentioned the changes to the agenda, so we're good there. The next one on your published agenda is the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have two items: ratification of new credit certificate embedded diploma programs and ratification of KCTCS college candidates for credentials. I would like to ask if there are any changes to the consent agenda. Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. The next items are the internal audit report and the external audit report. A couple of items to note. At this meeting, we will not actually have participation by the two external firms that perform these audits. Those two firms presented to the audit committee yesterday. So yesterday was the inaugural launch of the KCTCS audit committee, and it was an excellent meeting, great first start. We received wonderful reports, detailed reports on the update from the internal auditing team, and also the annual audit report, which is the external audit. I have some summary notes on those items. Also, the entire meeting was recorded, and so anyone who was not able to see it live, you will have the ability to go into YouTube and take a look at it. So if you have not already done so, I would encourage you to do so to get some of the details. I'll give an executive summary. Of course, this is a board meeting where you're welcome to ask any questions. What we'll need to do, since the two folks from the consulting firms, the external auditing firm and the internal auditing firm, are not available today, I'm going to ask Vice President Followell to try to address any questions that you have. And if he cannot address those questions, they will be forwarded directly to the audit firms, the respective firms, and you will receive a direct answer. The entire board will receive a direct answer from those firms. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So in terms of the internal audit, you do have the information in Teams. I don't think everyone has the printed copy, though. I have a printed copy. Great. Vice President Followell has printed copies if you would prefer to have those in front of you. All of the materials were presented to you in the onboard. There were a couple of key areas that were looked at as part of this particular internal audit. For the audience, I'm just going to summarize. The items that were looked at. One was a compensation analysis for system office senior staff, college presidents, and their cabinets. The other was transparency in the cost of tuition. And then the others were related to facets of the IT audit. There was also an audit performed on credentials for senior key personnel at the system office and the colleges. If you'd like to take a look at the highlights of those audits, they begin I'm going past all the data here. On page 13. So prior to page 13, there's a detailed listing of the salaries for the president of the institution, as well as his direct reports, which includes all of the members of his cabinet here at the system office. That's the summary that's on the screen right now. And then as you go further down, there's a listing of all of the salaries and additional compensation items for the college presidents. And then below that, there's a listing of, for each of those colleges, those folks that that college president considers to be a part of his or her cabinet by title and by salary.
Chair Damaris, would this be the time to ask questions about the variability of the college cabinet positions?
Yeah, yes, it is. And in fact, one of the key observations from this particular part of the audit was that individual college cabinets vary in size from 3 to 8 employees. Many different titles and positions exist depending upon the college, making it difficult to compare the cabinets between each other. And the recommendation that was made by the internal audit was that KCTCS may want to consider standardizing some positions deemed essential to each college. So I wanted to make sure that everyone knew what that recommendation was based on the analysis, and absolutely, Regent Fletcher, what questions do you have?
That was pretty much the question, is how will we move forward with this? Just dovetails right into the efficiency conversation and the streamlining of policy and procedures, as well as human resource policies across the system. So I felt like this was a great observation that they made. Certainly was the first one that jumped out at me. Just looking at the amount of the number of positions and how varied they are, and the amount of money being spent in those cabinets across the system seems to vary quite a bit. And I think I was a little bit surprised to see that even in some of the smaller schools with lower attendance or lower numbers of students, that it did not seem that those numbers really correlated to enrollment in any way or anything like that. So I would like more information about this particular topic, but I'm happy to see the auditor's recommendation that we standardize those positions.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. Before I ask for other questions, I'd like to give both President Zarapata and also General Counsel Pam Duncan an opportunity to reply to Regent Fletcher's question. I'm not sure, there may be some policies around how cabinets are designed, and I'm just not familiar with them. So either of you want to comment?
Sure. The primary observation is, for the most part, these positions exist at the colleges. They just might not necessarily be on their cabinet. And so at some institutions, marketing is on cabinet, the CIO is on cabinet, institutional advancement, and in some they're not. And so if you look at Jefferson, I think they've got 4 people listed in leadership, and at others, as many as 7 or 8. But I would guess, I don't know this specifically, that all of these positions exist at the colleges. They just may not. For example, the executive assistant is listed as a cabinet member on 3 or 4 different colleges, but not others. So there is, but I get it. We can certainly go back and take a look at that.
Great. And Counsel Pam Duncan, is there any policy regarding this at all?
So there is not a policy that regards who would be on cabinet. That is kind of a generalized decision based on the needs of each college, based on the differences in regions. However, there is a KCTCS administrative policy that requires certain positions to be at a college. And that would be KCTCS Administrative Policy 1.5, and it requires a president / CEO. It requires a chief academic officer, a chief business officer, a chief student affairs officer, a director of library services. And I believe that those are the only required positions. I can certainly follow up on that, but it does have credentials and qualifications for those particular positions, and they are required at the college, but it does not talk about being on the leadership team.
Thank you. That's
Madam
helpful.
Chairman, would it follow up on Regent Fletcher? would it be possible in the future, when we're looking at these, of what the student population is, full-time and part-time at these colleges?
I think that data is definitely available.
Mm-hmm.
So if, to follow up on hers, is to see what the enrollment is, and then if we're looking at the administrative staff, is what I'm saying. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, I mean, not just enrollment. I understand that, like real estate, it's local, and some colleges, they make changes based on their local, what they have to deal with. Is there a way to look at not the enrollment data, but the success data? So student success. Is there any correlation between differencing of positions and cabinet and student success versus enrollment? Would be, that's what we're really, in my opinion, trying to achieve. At a college level, the president decides they need this position and this position and this position on their cabinet to have student success outcomes to be favorable for that region. It worries me that we would change that at our level to them, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. So what I'm hearing is that we need a little bit more information. I think that the board would benefit from a copy of the administrative policy that General Counsel Pam Duncan mentioned. I would think addition of enrollment data up against this matrix that's in the report would be helpful. And I think that Regent Herding makes a very valid point. Later on, you'll hear a little bit more about the whirlwind tour that President Zarapata and I did across the entire state, visiting all of the different colleges and their campuses. And I will say that it was extremely apparent to me that there are differences across the state, and there are differences in the regions, particularly economic differences and industry differences, and that may lead to a particular college president having to compose a leadership team that's a little bit more unique to their particular community. That said, however, if we have an administrative policy that requires certain positions, we need to go back and double check and make sure that we are meeting with our policy, and or as we review that policy, update it if needed, if necessary. So I think this will be a great item to bring back to our next meeting. If you all are comfortable with that, we'll get more data on the cost matrix, enrollment, success measures, the copy of the administrative policy. Anything else that people would like to see?
Chair Damaris, I did have a comment about the Somerset information. I believe there are some discrepancies in the titles. So I'm not sure if that would be a question for Vice President Followwill.
It could be for him or for the auditor who went and did the analysis.
What I can tell you is these are the titles that are on record, as I understand, that are in our administrative system. Presidents, cabinet members, others may have other working titles and things of that nature, but these are the official titles that are listed within our ERP. Is that not correct? Okay. Jackie says these are the titles that were submitted by the HR directors of the college.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we ask what those discrepancies might be?
For Somerset specifically, I noticed for us, our Vice President of Administrative Services is actually over our business services, so they're kind of one and the same for us. I can't speak to the other colleges, but I just noticed that. So I just wanted to clear that up and make sure. I wasn't sure where the data came from, but thank you.
And I think that's one thing that I know I've heard sort of anecdotally as I've been out on the tours, is that in some cases, folks have vacated a particular position and the president has combined the duties of two positions into one. And so what that person's official title is may or may not encompass both of those descriptions. And so I think we do need to take a look at the data, what's really happening on the ground, what's registered in our various systems, and what, again, going back to our policy, what our policy is requiring.
Well, I really appreciate Joe's comment about looking at student outcomes, student success as an outcome measure for, there's so many variables there. The multivariate regression in my head just, it makes me dizzy thinking about all the different things that could lead to success or not to success for a student, and whether or not this particular item of how a cabinet is formed at the local level, I think it'd be really hard to tease out that data. It would be very interesting, but I think it would be hard to tease out. I think I'm just looking at it from the strategy of, efficiency and just across the system, again, being able to kind of have a feel for what's really happening at the local level. And, there's always exceptions to rules, we've been told over and over, but we've also been told things over and over about, what markets will bear. And I just found it really interesting that in some of the smaller markets where the schools are smaller and there's smaller enrollment, that, we may be spending a whole lot more on a presidential cabinet than in a larger urban type area, for example. And maybe that's not the case based on President Zarapata's comments about these positions just may not be on the cabinet. Well, if they're not, why not? And if they are, why? I think there's just more, to me, this is a great item of further discussion.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's exactly right. It's a great place to start the conversation and to get more data. We have a question here.
So my question is, when, was it him? No.
Go ahead. We'll do Regent Schaus, and then we'll go to Patsy.
So
yeah.
My question is I know there's a lot of differences in the regions, and I really agree with Regent Hendren. Did I say that right? Heard it. When he says student success should be our basis, especially being a student. And then when I look over all this, and the numbers are amazing, like I'm so glad that people are getting paid this because that means they care more about our students. But then I look at the titles and it throws me off at all the different titles. And then I look through, and what kind of shocked me is if we know certain positions work and they're leading to student success, like specifically at my campus, Chief Diversity Officer. This is the only one through all these campuses. And I know that that officer particularly really helps on our campus create student success. If we know something works, why isn't it on all the campuses? And like I said, I know each campus is unique, but if we know something's working, why isn't it on more campuses?
Right.
It would be my question when we know something works. But also, I understand that each one has to be unique. But when we know positions are working, why isn't there more of them? And why aren't we paying attention? Why isn't there more diversity officers throughout the different campuses? Or is that just that specific title and there's other ones, they're just under different titles? Am I mistaken?
The diversity function, if you want to jump in, Chancellor Williams, does exist at each college. It just may not
Be under a
report
different title?
cabinet or under a different title, yes.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you.
and Regent Shouts, to clarify, all regents should be aware that this is just the leadership team. So there are other positions throughout the college that may report to these individual leadership positions. So they will be there, but they're not reported on the internal audit.
Okay, got you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we had a question from Regent Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Damaris. And my response would be to Regent Herdink and Regent Fletcher. And that would be, I definitely agree with the student success metrics, the financials of the institution, all of the things that really contribute to student success. It's not simply just hashing out how many finish and how many start and that sort of thing, but if you're looking at perhaps resource acquisition to support some kind of wraparound service for the student, I think all of that probably needs to be looked at to truly get a picture, of each institution and how maybe these dots connect together. So I would hope when we're looking at outcomes that it would even extend beyond just quantitative data of how many students start and finish, but honestly, what these positions really do for the college. I'd like to see a little bit more about that.
Thank you. And I apologize, Regent Jackson, some of your comments were breaking up, so I'm not sure that we captured all of them. But we will definitely follow up just to make sure that we did capture all of those comments. Thank you. Okay. If it's all right with the rest of the group, I think we have more to learn, more to do. And I'm pretty sure that Chief of Staff Hannah Rivera is taking copious notes there so that we can get more data and take a deeper dive into this. The next item was transparency and cost of tuition. Full review was done of that to determine if students are provided basically with the information they need so that they know how much it's going to cost them once they enroll in classes. There were a couple of observations and recommendations that came out of that analysis. They were categorized as low risk. I should mention that the auditors use a scale of high risk, moderate risk, and low risk, and that is in your materials. So if you want to go back and take a look at what those categorizations are, there were a couple of observations, recommendations in the low risk area in this area. It appears that the digital content fees are not very well described to folks, and there is a management action plan to address that issue. The tuition and fee schedule does not specifically mention these fees for digital content, nor does it specifically mention that the student has the ability to opt out of these fees. And so the action plan is to add some information to the charges under general services, digital content. It varies by class, so there's a range that's proposed. And also to make sure that there's information to the students that they have the opportunity to opt out of those charges. The other observation was online course tuition may confuse some students, specifically out-of-state students. We charge $179 per credit. However, for an exclusively online course, we actually charge a $20 per credit fee, and it is not expressly listed on the website for online-only courses that a student is actually paying $199 per credit because of that $20 fee. And so the action on that is to update the websites, and it was, I believe, already completed. So completed as of November 29th. And then the third observation was student tuition account late fees appeared to be applied inconsistently between the various colleges. There were decisions made at the local level to either assess the fees or not assess the fees. That seemed to be decisions that were inconsistent across the system. Some colleges decided not to assess late fees. Other colleges decided to assess late fees. And so, that was just an observation. And also, this is sort of an issue of timing, but when students enroll for classes, particularly if they're trying to enroll in the spring for fall classes, this board has not yet had a chance to make the decision on tuition, and so it's very difficult to compute for the student how much those courses are going to cost, because the answer is unknown until this board makes that decision. And so that computation is not readily available if someone applies in the spring for a fall class. And Paul's got a comment on that.
Yeah, I was just going to say this year we can correct that because we know what our parameters are from CPE. So the board could make a vote on tuition in March and we could handle, and basically the tuition calc could just be
Yes.
set up and run.
And that's a good thing for this year. CPE actually set out a 2-year schedule in terms of how, what our parameters were for tuitions. And so basically they gave us a parameter and said you can set tuition for year 1 and year 2. And so knowing that, we can do a vote in March instead of waiting until June for the year 2 portion of that calculation, and therefore we would be able to give that information to the students. Again, we're governed by certain rules and regulations of CPE. I don't know that CPE will be always issuing a 2-year going forward. I don't know if Vice President
Wendell, does
Powell-
CPE do it for?
They have the last couple bienniums, typically, historically, they've always done 1 year in advance. Institutions, 4-year institutions, and KCTCS have asked to have better planning versus leading uncertainty.
Yeah.
Hopefully they will lead year to day.
And that would be great. If they were to do that, we would at least have that 2-year window. Are there any questions on this particular item?
On the, basically writing off or forgiving or not charging the late fees, would it be better to have a policy across the board that was applied for the late fee and then letting the flexibility be there at the local level to give them a way to write that off versus some doing it and some not doing it so that, there is equity across the system and then like the leeway to be able to forgive those or however those are being done. Do we know why some were doing it and some weren't?
I think anecdotally we do.
Yeah, primarily it was, with COVID, they knew that was a barrier. And so if you had any type of fees or holds on your account and couldn't register, they were just waiving those fees or not assessing them in the first place.
So were we tracking those, I guess is what I'm saying.
That
from the
I don't
central
know.
office, because that might be good information to know in the future. If it seems that there's hardships, being able to, put a name to those hardships and prepare for those in the future might be a good thing.
If they waive the fees, if the fees were recorded and waived, we'll have that tracked inside of our student information system.
But if they weren't putting them on,
if they just didn't
you
put them
won't.
on, yeah, we probably won't.
Right.
Which could actually hurt us in the future if there was reimbursement or if there was money available to offset some of the loss that you might have experienced as a result. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that was one of my questions. So at the end of this, are we going to have a consistent policy across all campuses? So some colleges aren't making the decision, on their own?
Wendell, you want to address that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, the colleges do have, and their presidents, leadership teams have discretion, as Dr. Zarapata pointed out. You maybe got a hardship on some things, but a student needs to get back in enrollment, and they've got an explanation for it, so they may not charge that, or they may reverse that assessment. So we haven't tried to, for lack of a better term, micromanage the colleges. They're on, they know locally what is best with their situation, their populations. And historically, we've allowed that to occur without having a, says that, you got to do this at X place and somewhere else you got to do the same thing, but there may be instances for that. So we've not gone to that level.
I guess I was more concerned because it was COVID-19 pandemic related. So to me, that's kind of consistent across the board. So if I'm a student at Bluegrass and I don't get a fee waived and a student at Henderson does, that doesn't seem very fair. So I guess that was my concern.
And mine as well. But my other concern is with all of this money coming, from the federal government for COVID-related issues, if we were tracking that was the reason that we were having to waive fees that would have otherwise been there, would there be a potential of lost revenue there, or not revenue, but lost compensation perhaps in those situations? I'm not trying to micromanage anybody. I'm just saying if we have policy that says that there's a late charge, then that policy should be followed. If there's not a policy, maybe there should be one just for those tracking purposes to be able to see is that something we might be able to recoup from someone other than the student in the future?
Yeah,
Understood.
yep. And also, and I'm not intimately knowledgeable about how we actually can spend the relief funds from the federal government, but should we have had an opportunity to spend them in that manner, that may have helped as well, so.
We have recovered lost revenue and things of that nature along that same lines that are COVID-related compared to over a 5-year average, and hope to continue to do that. Probably will do that also. Staff, we've talked about it for the end of November. So we're constantly looking at that and using the federal funds to maximize those types of things as best we can.
Okay.
Did Dean Dorton, the one thing I don't have is what the scope of this problem was. I don't know if this was a handful of people or if it was hundreds.
Buddy, I don't know if you're over there, you may be able to help us. Buddy Combs worked on this with Dean Dorton.
So they provided a sample size of 75 students to review all of the data that you're seeing here, and that's what they discovered was they did 3 consecutive terms, and some of the students had late charges and other students did not, that had a balance for a previous charge. When you look at the college, and college made the determination that because all the sample size that he gave us was during COVID related, so some colleges opted to not charge the late charge to help the students out, and other colleges decided to charge.
Does the system automatically put those late charges on? I thought it did, but.
It does not, because we can't automate that process because we don't enforce all the colleges to follow
Okay.
that late charge policy. Colleges have the option of late charges or not.
Ms. Duncan, can I ask you a question? Chair Demers, can I? Is there any potential risk outside of financial observations here? Is there any potential risk of a college within itself not applying that policy consistently, or between the colleges for the system? Is there any risk?
There's always risk when we are not applying policies or procedures consistently. So, to address specific risk in this instance, certainly I could foresee a lot of things, but any policy or procedure that is not there and that is not followed consistently does present legal risk.
Just more to think
Can
about.
I make a suggestion? This is Barry.
Yes.
Why don't we either change the policy or apply it across the board? I guess that's the simplest thing to do.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Regent Martin. I was just going to suggest, I think the board is asking for possibly more information on that policy, and then also, to determine how it should be applied. I agree with Regent Allen. My initial concerns with this were equity concerns for students. Why is one student paying in one college and another not? So. Thank you for the conversation. Hannah will take some notes for us and we'll get more information on that. The next item was credentials audit for senior key personnel at the system office. This was an intention to take a look at folks who are in senior level positions at the system office and at the colleges. So this did include the presidents of the colleges, what types of credentials are required for the positions, and whether or not folks meet those credentials. There was one observation that came from that. It was again listed as low risk. Essentially, what ended up being determined after looking at all of these positions is that the current policy indicates that only our general counsel is required to have credentials. And so there was certainly no violation of any other requirement because there were not other requirements. There's been practice in place, of course, folks being hired into various senior leadership positions who've had commensurate experience and credentials that are typical of that particular position and its responsibilities. But The only one that was in policy would be for the general counsel, and happy to report she complies. So, but that led to some additional discussion around what needs to happen in terms of credentials. And I will just remind the board that later on in our discussion today, there is a policy proposal of credentials for the system president as well as college presidents. So we'll be discussing that in further detail.
Chair Damaris, quick question. We did change it last year, I think, to where we took out reasonable time and specified a time frame.
That's correct. So upon being hired, you must have your license in Kentucky to practice law.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And then the final area for the internal audit was around information technology. I'd like to, before we dive into some work that needs to be done, I'd like President Zarapata to introduce our new CIO, because he's got a list already.
Yeah, so I'm happy to introduce my successor as Vice President Chief Information Officer, Dr. Chris House. Chris, if you could say a few things, please.
Sure. Thank you, President Zarapata, and thank you, Chair Damaris. I'm excited to join President Zarapata's team here at KCTCS, and I look forward to working with the board and the cabinet going forward. So thank you for the welcome.
And Chris comes to us from Morehead State University, where he was the Chief Information Officer. Jay Morgan's mad at me.
All the good ones get stolen, right? There are several items, just to remind the board, in the audit plan that deal with information technology. This is just one of the first items that's being looked at. You will see as we get continued updates over the course of the next year that there are other areas of information technology that will be brought forward to you. This specific audit was on remote access, and there were 3 risks that were identified. When you look at risks in the realm of IT, generally speaking, if you find them, they're at least a medium, if not higher, because in our world today, any risk is a deep risk around information technology. And in this particular area with remote access, this is people logging into our systems from a remote location. And so, the area is going to be looked at with very, very strong preference toward making things as tight as possible. And so there were 3 items that were identified, all with moderate risk. One was related to the primary route for faculty and staff accessing on-premise systems, and that's through a VPN. Essentially, there are remote access methods to get into systems. You can be sitting at your desk in your office, logging in locally, or you can be sitting at home, logging in from your PC at home, using your personal Wi-Fi and going through a VPN, which stands for Virtual Private Network. And so there were some exposures there to ensure that there is what's called multi-factor access or multi-sign-on, meaning instead of just putting one password in to get into a system, that there's at least 2 or more verification methods so that you can gain entry to a system. Some of these virtual private network accesses were single sign-on, and so we really don't want to have just a single sign-on for access coming in to our systems, and they should be multi-sign-on. So that is on the plan, on the management action plan, to convert any VPN access such that it will enforce multi-factor access for employees using these connections, was the request. And the anticipated completion date is January of next year.
Next month.
Or next month. Chris. Or next month. The next item was the request process to use virtual private network access. So typically, that's not something you just give to everybody. There is a process to request the ability to gain entry to systems from an external communicating device. And there were some inconsistencies found with documentation related to the request process. Were all requests properly documented? Were, in some cases, there were requests that were granted, but the person who got the request also granted the request, and so you have an issue where you should have separation of duties in that particular area. And so the action plan is to document a formal VPN request with approval workflow and to educate the staff within Technology Solutions on that, and then to audit to ensure that the access is still required. And that's anticipated for March 2022, or with Chris here next month. No. I'm teasing you, Chris. I'm not giving you a new deadline. And then the third item has to do with what's called TLS versions. These are security protocols when you access information from the KCTCS websites. There were some older versions of those protocols on a couple of the web servers, and they shouldn't be there. That action has already been corrected. Are there any questions about that? Great. That was the conclusion of the update of the current activity. At the back of your materials, there's additional information about what the folks are working on for the continuation of the internal audit process. Our next official meeting update is June of next year. However, I have asked the internal audit folks to be available and ready for a special meeting of the audit committee in March. I think that these activities are important. Based on your discussion and questions today, you all do too. And so I would hate for us to wait a whole nother 6 months to get more information on this audit update. So I'm going to ask the audit committee to meet again in March, and that we all get an update again in March on the continuation of the audit plan. The next item is the annual audit. Now, this is switching to the financial side of the house. That audit was performed by Crow. Crow has been under contract for a few years now. Vice President Follow, how long is the contract with Crow?
Crow's contract ends this year. It has been renewable. We retain them additional year. Typically, it was we have rotated historically every 5 years. But because of COVID and the Herbert Relief Funds, we felt it was best to extend their contract, and we have done so up until basically it ends this month, December 31st. And we are in the process of securing proposals for an external auditor at this time to carry us forward.
When will that award be made, Wendell?
Hopefully within the next couple of weeks. We're in negotiations with a particular firm today.
Great, thank you. I knew it had been a little while since that process had started, and so it is always best practice to go out and reissue requests for proposals for external auditors on a fairly regular basis. I know that you all have the materials. I believe that they were sent to you in hard copy, so you should have them both in hard copy as well as on your teams, on your onboard materials. I'm not going to go through all the financial statements. That would take the rest of today, tomorrow, and next week. I want to just make a few comments from the audit committee meeting yesterday, and then I am going to ask this board to consider action on this audit report. So if you have additional questions, certainly if Vice President Falwell can answer them now, he will do so. If he cannot and it needs to be answered by the auditor, as I mentioned earlier, that will be sent to the auditor and you'll get the information back to you. If you take a look at page 14, that's in the 2021 annual financial report. Pages 13 and 14 show you the statement of net position and the statement of revenue, expenses, and changing in net position. For those of you in the for-profit world, this is the balance sheet and the P&L sheet. Those are probably the two key documents in any audits to look at. to determine the health of the organization. Taking a look at the P&L statement or the revenue, expenses, and changes in net position statement, you'll notice a couple of things that were discussed in yesterday's meeting. The student tuition fees net of bad debt has gone down year over year. That's due to an enrollment decline. The instructional fees under operating expenses have gone up year over year. That is where a lot of the expenses are booked for the PP&E, for the personal protection, for a lot of cleaning, for a lot of equipment and things that were purchased due to the COVID-19 pandemic in order to support instruction. You'll see a large increase under non-operating revenues, federal and state grants and contracts. Obviously, you'll see a huge change there. That is the federal money that has flowed in to the organization as a result of COVID-19. And then the other item that I asked about was the addition to endowments. There's been an increase in those areas, mainly driven by market conditions and investments. Overall, the net position of the college is very good, very healthy. And then I would also encourage you, if you like to read more of a narrative versus numbers, there's an excellent section that's always in these audits, and it's called the Management's Discussion and Analysis section. It starts on page 3, and for folks who are not quite as familiar with reading a lot of these audit reports or financials, it's a really good place to get a great narrative of what's been going on in the institution and what the key elements are. The other report that I like to go and talk about, because we have so many federal funds that come into the institution, is the report of audit of institutions of higher education in accordance with uniform guidance. Again, a lot of information. Some of the information is a little bit repetitive from the overall audit. Lots of great charts, lots of information about how we manage those federal funds. Quite honestly, when I get these reports, I go straight to the one page that makes the most difference, page 84. When you look at page 84, you are looking for the summary of auditors' results relative to financial statements and federal awards. And I just want to point out that all of the boxes were checked no, and that is a very good thing. What that essentially means was there were no material weaknesses identified, no significant deficiencies identified in the financial statements. The same for the federal awards, no material weaknesses and no significant deficiencies. Also, at the bottom of that page, the auditee is qualified as a low-risk auditee. For an institution of this size, with the amount of money that comes in, that is an absolutely stellar report. You cannot get better than that.
This is probably the cleanest audit we've had yet. I'd like to thank, it takes a village for these things. It's not just finance, but it's IT, it's financial aid, it's everyone. And I'm extremely proud of the team that pulled this together.
Likewise, I really do want to commend Vice President Followell, his entire team, all of the business offices out at all of the different colleges. People only dream for getting this type of report. So, Vice President Followell, would you like to comment? Thank you. And I asked about that number because it was significantly larger than last year, so it jumped out at me, but also it's a fantastic example of how KCTCS can obtain additional, we talk about alternative revenue streams. Sometimes they're not always in the form of cash. Sometimes they're in a form of land or buildings or things that we need to be able to deliver the services that we deliver to our students. So thank you, Vice President Fowler, for getting that information to us. Are there any questions regarding the external audit? Yes.
I have one really quick. Net position, positive, great for this fiscal year. When the COVID funds are gone, what is our outlook for our net position then? Is that
Much closer to the year before is my guess, but I'll let Wendell speak to that.
I do have a couple of questions. I have several pages earmarked here, and I may be a little out of order, and I apologize. But on page 24, there's a comment by the auditor that KCTCS's management has not yet determined the effect that the statement, these statements will have on the financial statements as far as the recent accounting procurement or pronouncements. When will we know whether or not that implementation, whether or not it affects the financial statements? And do you expect it, Wendell, to be positive or negative or neutral?
Some of these are just GASB statements that they have.
Wendell, can you turn your microphone on?
Some of these are GASB statements related to the Governmental Accounting Standards Board that they've issued the statement, but they haven't really given you the implementation guide as to the detail, what that really means. It's, here's the broad guide of which we want to do, but you don't have the detail. So those implementation guides, the actual detail as to what that means in kind of like the HERF funds that, you got the money initially, but you didn't have any guidance with it. The guidance came later, and even then it was kind of vague. So those will be coming over the next year. A lot of these things you see on the recent pronouncements are things that GASB has issued, but they haven't given the details for. For example, we have done GASB 75 with regard to the OPEB trust that used to be 45. So as these things morph, 87 that has the leases that Brad Shelley mentioned yesterday that we're in the process of implementing now. So some of these things they give you with GASB, FASB, they issue these things year or two out in advance so that you have time to prepare for it and work through that detail.
Thank you.
So I don't want to get too far into the OPEB conversation because I know that's later on the agenda, but if we're going to vote on this, I just feel like I need a little bit of clarification going forward. So on page 9 in that same document, there is a statement about ensuring assets in the trust are secure and outflows are in accordance with the trust agreement. What is the trust agreement? Have we seen that document?
The trust agreement, and General Counsel can speak greater to that, is a very thick document that outlines the principles of the trust, the guidelines, the requirements of the trust. Pam, you may want to expand on that.
So we do have outside counsel here who specialize in OPEB trusts, but the trust document and the trust agreement, there would be a trust document that sets up the trust and then a trustee agreement. So there will be two different agreements. And I will let, if they are ready to talk, I will let them talk a little bit about the OPEB trust right now to try and answer your questions because they do specialize in this. So Brent Boffman.
Could you go to the mic there? Oh, sure. So people can hear you.
And then specifically about the trust agreement, if an agreement set up the trust, and I understand it's irrevocable, can't be dissolved or whatever, but if an agreement set up the trust, do we also have the ability to change the agreement?
You could, but there'd be ramifications for doing that. And so, for instance, there's a limited pool of retirees or current employees who are going to be retirees that are covered right now under the OPEB trust. It's about 2,200. But if you were to change the agreement to expand that pool to additional people, then there would have to be a cost analysis for that. Because under GASB 75, all of these liabilities have to be reported. And what they want is financial transparency regarding those obligations and the funding relating to those obligations.
Are there 2,200? I think we were under the impression there was only about 411 people in that trust.
No, there's 2,200 that are covered. There's 411, I guess, right now, but then there's additional that could be covered by.
There are people that are drawing, actually being paid the insurance because they've retired, but there's people like myself that are covered under that trust agreement that have not retired that are still active.
So where's the 411 number?
Those are retirees.
You've got retired.
Already benefiting from the trust.
I don't know if the number's 411, but there are a number of retirees that are actually drawing that benefit.
Right, and Regent Fletcher, I would just to analogize this to a river. So the river will run for a certain period of time and then ultimately dry up. So anyone who is who was in the 403B plan prior to 2009 and remains in service with KCTCS for a certain amount of years, per policy will be eligible to participate in the retiree health program. Only when all of those people, and I hate to say this, are dead and gone, will the OPEB trust not be required to be used for them. So even if the OPEB trust were to be dissolved in some way, there is still a requirement to use those funds ultimately for that river of people.
And Wendell and I had a discussion just earlier this week. What was the number if we were to open it up to all employees since 2009?
We did a little quick analysis. It was in your all's information with regard to the OPEB trust. Just doing a back of the envelope type analysis. We initially had 3,000 people. We're down to about 2,200 in there. Since 2009, July 1 coming forward until October 1, I think it was, possibly November 1. But recently we have 2,426 additional employees that would be eligible using the same criteria. That number added to the 2,200, then multiplied, I don't have that information out before me, but it's like a factor of 2.11. Then you look at the average age of the employees that have come since July 1, 2009, which is about 45, and don't quote me, it's in your notes, versus those that have either retired and are in the plan or those that are eligible to be in the plan, which was 63 and a half. Add that factor, about 1.2, you end up with a liability moving from $179, $180 million to $500+ million to cover those same employees. That, going back to Regent Herdink's point, would put KCTCS significantly in a negative position with regard to its net assets.
Okay, so that is based on current benefits that are in this trust, right? So
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
to use kind of a really layman's term, being from healthcare, it's kind of a Cadillac plan. No copays, no deductibles, everything paid for until you die. Employee and spouses or and family?
No, let me clarify that. It's only for that single individual. You can buy additional insurance. The plan that we implemented is a carve-out. At 65 years old, everybody, whether you're in KT, KE, 403B, must carve out to Medicare. Medicare is first in line. This supplemental plan becomes just that, a supplemental plan with regard to insurance. If you're under 65 and you retire, and you're KT or KE, they handle it through the pension. If you're a 403B, this plan would cover that. There is no copay with regard to it, but there never has been, because the single individual pays, we pay the full amount for that single individual to retire, once they have retired. So their health insurance was always covered under this plan. So we've not enhanced that. Where we enhanced it with regard to carving it out with the supplemental plan of the Medicare Advantage was through prescriptions and things of that nature, additional benefits, silver sneakers, vision care, dental care, hearing.
So I just want to say, I totally appreciate your comment about the liability going up, but that's based on those current benefits. I guess when I'm looking at this, and I'll just be really transparent as I tend to be, if it increased its net position by $43.5 million in a year, that's a heck of a lot of health insurance. I'm just wondering if there might be a way to change a policy within the trust to allow that amount of money to be spread, perhaps a little thinner, but over, let's make the river a little wider, or a little longer, or a little deeper, or however it is, to be able to cover more, because aren't there some employees that once they retire get no benefits?
They do not get any health benefit. I would call your attention to page 59, which the external auditor spoke about yesterday. On page 59, it points out that particularly with any change in the assumptions, but primarily with the discount rates, which is the projected interest rate that this trust would get, currently at 6.5%, 1% change, decrease in that takes that from $32 million positive to $6.8 million positive. By the same token, if you have a change in increase with regard to health benefits or the rate of health insurance, that moves that number. If it decreases, you know what I'm saying, in that sense, we go up from 71, from the 52 to 71 and down to 29. So, and back to, I guess, the point that was made, these, to General Counsel's, Duncan's point, these are in perpetuity, so to speak, until all those individuals are deceased. So it's not just for next year or the following year, it's for potentially 50 more years. And the markets will change, insurance rates will change. All of those are a lot of assumptions. So while we're up at June 30th, this, for example, the potential liability will change. Next year is projected to go up about $10 million. By the same token, we were down in September, and we had lost another $7 or $8 million just in the change in markets compared to what the balance was with regard to this trust.
And I'm sorry.
Just a quick observation. So on page 9, that last sentence that Regent Fletcher just read, so it says primarily due to realized and unrealized gains on investments. That's all accounting data for changes in your market position. So if they did this, say Monday of this week, it would have been down. Mm-hmm. If they did it yesterday, it would have been up. Mm-hmm. Only thing that changed was there was news about the Omicron variant, and it caused the markets to crash, or not crash, that's strong, caused the markets to decline a bit. So a lot of this is just the valuation of the investments. So I wouldn't read too much into this. Your liability is firm, that's a real number, but the investments are going to fluctuate.
And I would call on Brent Boffman to address the part of the resolution that you will vote on later about the discretion to change these as we go forward.
Right. Because we don't want to create a situation where an irrevocable promise is being made for receiving a certain level of benefits, it's important to be transparent with this group that, you know, as with any of us, we don't know from health insurance is obviously a very fluid marketplace. A lot has changed, but the ACA, it continues to change. And so we want to make sure that we have the authority to explain to those that are in this group that those benefits are not carved in stone. They're not necessarily always going to be the Cadillac coverage that you referenced, but, you know, can be reduced. We don't want to be in a position of creating a quasi-contract with people and being under an obligation like that, just like the state is with KERS, KTRS, and the inviolable contract. And there's no way, a state can't bankrupt itself, and so they can't get out from under that. And now they're scrambling because actuarial funding is so low for those funds, particularly KERS, that don't want to be in a position of being contractually obligated to somebody at a certain level.
I have a couple of questions, Wendell. In reference to Medicare Part B, is that bid by the central office? I mean, the systems, so that amount, it's uniform, that everybody is getting the same thing? And then I guess the second question I have is in reference to present employees and their health insurance. I understand is that there are a lot of present employees that their health insurance is not fully funded. Is that correct?
Let me answer the last one first. Everyone's single coverage, they have a choice of level of plans they can choose from. We purchase our insurance, health insurance, through the Kentucky Employees Health Program. KCTCS, and this is probably the best unknown or secret, when we try to publish it and let people know, we're discounting the rates from what KEHP already provides. So any employee within KCTCS for any plan that they choose is getting a 25% difference. There is a basic single level coverage that is covered for the employee. There are additional options such as a PPO or HMO of which the employee can choose from. Those will have varying prices, and those could have a cost to the employee depending on what he or she chooses. But a general health insurance plan is provided to all employees, and any of those other costs with regard to the PPO or HMO type of things are discounted 25% from what the state employee would pay if he or she had the same insurance.
Okay, now let's move to the retired people. First on Medicare, the supplement B, and then the retirement, if they retire before they get Medicare is what I'm saying.
All right.
What is the...
If they are covered by this trust, then outside of Medicare, under age 65, they would get that same basic health insurance. As with regard to prescriptions, items of those nature, there's where we're able to enhance the benefit for those that were 65 or older. And I forget, Jackie may recall, for those that are under 65, I don't know, but I think we made the same coverage across all so that their deductibles and things, also they wouldn't have any deductible with regard to the health insurance itself. With regard to prescriptions, I don't recall. So, Jackie, and you may want to come over here too, the difference there did not change. So if they had, I don't know, a 20% copay, they would still pay a 20% copay. For those under 65.
In reference to the 65 and above, Medicare Part B, is there, does this fund pay ever what that is, whether it's $85 a month per person? And is that through one company? How is that done?
You need to remind me on the Part B, but I can tell you
Well, the 20%, Medicare pays 80%. The Part B is the 20%. The supplement we're talking about.
The supplement is what this Medicare Advantage coverage is. We went with the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay. We went back to them 4 different times in order to get what we got here. We saved several $100,000 each year, several $1 million over the life of what they projected, and we're able to increase the benefits.
That answers my question. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to ask Regent Fletcher, did your questions get answered?
Yes, and that's what I was just going to say. There's more to come, I'm sure, later, but for now, that does answer, at least briefly. So we do have the ability to change the structure of the agreement.
Right, and we'll be talking in more depth
Perfect.
About this agreement.
And I apologize for the rabbit hole, but I just felt like we were going to vote on this.
No, and that's absolutely within your right and within the rights of all regions. we all should be very, very comfortable voting on any action that this board takes and have our questions answered before we do so. So thank you, Regent Fletcher, for beginning the conversation, and thank you to everyone who added to the conversation. At this time, then, I would like to call for a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents accept the financial audit for the 2020-21 fiscal year. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Regent Allen?
I would second.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. General Counsel, can you call for the vote, please?
Yes. Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Yes.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green. Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and therefore carries.
Thank you. The time is 10:20. I'd like to ask for the regents to agree to a bio break. Yes, I see a lot of nodding heads. When we return from that, I would ask that we go into executive session pursuant to KRS 61.10, Section C, pending or potential litigation. So bio break first, give yourselves about 5 or 10 minutes, and then the regents will come in to this room with general counsel. The rest of the folks, unfortunately, will have to invite you back when we come out of executive session.
And will we be taking the motion?
Second, Wendy Fletcher.
Second by Regent Fletcher. Do we need a roll call? Yes.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Yes.
I believe Regent Cox has left. Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
Thank you. The board is now back in open session. Having concluded its business in closed session, there was no action taken. The next item on our agenda is I want to just refer to the correct initial here. Action relative to personnel actions. Are there any questions regarding the report? If not, I will be asking for a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
Second, Brianna Witten.
Great, thank you. Regent Martin made the motion. Regent, I'm not seeing your name.
Witten.
Witten. I gotta put my glasses back on. I just know you as Brianna. Regent Witten seconded. Can I get a roll call on the following motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The next item of discussion is entitled 403B Retiree Health Benefits Provided by the OPEB Trust. That's right after it. Oh, yeah. I would like to introduce Vice President Followell to discuss this item with the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In September, we brought you, and I'll defer to General Counsel Duncan, we brought you an update, but at that time, we did not recognize that we needed to have the board ratify the action that we had taken to expand the benefits. Previously, while the OPEB Trust had been created back in 2012, 2013 timeline, we had always maintained those same benefits, but we had not had any expansion. In this case, we had had expansion with regard to the deductible for prescriptions, also hearing, dental, and vision care was able to be expanded. We were able to reduce the overall cost of the benefits that we're providing, and that was after 4 different discussions with Blue Cross Blue Shield in Kentucky to get to that. But at this point, I'll call upon General Duncan, General Counsel Duncan, that she may want to speak to greater, because I know we have expert from Denton's here today that can talk in greater detail.
Thank you.
Right, so I'm, in the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce again Melissa Bork and Brent Bothman. They are here to talk on 2 separate issues, but both related to the OPEB trust and benefits. So Brent will talk about the particulars of the trust and why it is a fiscally responsible thing to do. And Melissa is going to talk to you about your statutory duties that we've talked about before. So I call them to the podium now.
Okay, we've addressed some of the issues regarding the OPEB trust, but let me go through what is on the agenda for the board, which is to ratify the increase in benefits that are the benefits funded by the OPEB trust, which was previously established by the KCTCS board back in 2013. Prior to the October 2021 open enrollment period for the health insurance benefits, KCTCS's committee in charge of the OPEB trust made an administrative decision to increase the benefits supplied to those retirees eligible to receive benefits under the OPEB trust. The authority that they were operating under was a presidential declaration of authority to the OPEB trust committee to administer that trust. That decision was reported out to the board on September 17, 2021. It was an item in the board minutes at that time and in the report to the board. The board took no action. But today, to ensure the board has exercised its statutory duty, and Melissa will be getting into that in more detail, we believe the board should vote to ratify the change in benefits. I mean, the board should take action, whatever that action is, but it's the board's responsibility to weigh in on that. So I'm going to get into just a little bit on the background, and I'm not going to bore you with a lot of the employee benefits jargon, but just to explain what an OPEB trust is, it's an other post-employment benefits trust, which is created under Section 115 of the Internal Revenue Code. And it has an interplay with financial reporting requirements for retiree obligations. There are reporting obligations for pension obligations, and then there are also reporting obligations for non-pension, but retiree obligations like for health and dental and vision and those sorts of things. And, not to get into the weeds too much, but the Government Accounting Standards Board, much like the private sector financial accounting standards boards, tells you what you have to report. And in particular, they're very concerned that there be transparency regarding a governmental agency's liabilities, so that you're not hiding the ball with respect to what those obligations are, that if obligations are truly unfunded, that it be apparent based upon the financial records that that's the case. And a lot of government agencies were playing games. Even today, just like with, the KERS, fund, which is woefully underfunded, and obviously a lot of unfunded liabilities there that can't be abrogated. It's an inviolable contract. Here, under an OPEB, and a lot of employers, governmental employers have OPEBs, and there's a lot of them aren't funded, unlike the KCTCS, which is fully funded for the group, that is currently subject to the benefits under that program. All right, so there's a whole lot of history. You guys were provided that prior to the board meeting, and I don't want to, spend too much time going through that. Obviously, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. But we got here today because, again, the GASB requires KCTCS to report these liabilities for retiree obligations. KCTCS made the decision, the board did back in 2013 to fund, 2012 to create the OPEB trust, and 2013 to fully fund it. And so then that's been operating since that time with a committee that handles the administration of that. In 2018, the trustee was changed to PNC, and that was reported to the board. Periodic actuarial reports have been made regarding sort of the health of that trust. In 2019, a report was made to the board let's see if we get the exact report here. A report was made to the board regarding the OPEB trust, that reporting on the assets at that time with $205 million in assets and $152 million in liabilities. So the net position was in the positive of $52.5 million at that time. And at that time, it was reported to the board that because the trust assets were significantly greater than its liabilities, and because of a desire to assist retirees in reducing their out-of-pocket costs, KCTCS's actuary, Aon, was asked to do a calculation of the expected post-retirement benefit obligation if KCTCS were to fund the full out-of-pocket costs for single health insurance coverage for retirees within that trust. At that time, KCTCS the committee determined to cover 50% of the out-of-pocket cost for single health insurance coverage. The expected post-retirement benefit obligation for that change would be approximately $180 million. And the enhancement of the retiree health insurance coverage and associated costs would then be reviewed annually to ensure the trust assets remained at or above liabilities. The decision to only go 50% at that time was it was deemed to be the conservative approach so as not to squander the trust assets or to place the trust in jeopardy. In 2021, September, a report was issued to the Board of Regents regarding the enhancement of the OPEB benefits, and that is the agenda item that's here today.
Can I ask a question about the 2019 presentation to the board? When there was a modification that was made, did the board vote on that?
I don't believe the board voted on that.
Okay.
I believe it was just an informational report.
Informational item. Thank you.
So I have a question about that. May I ask, Chair Damaris? So if this is a benefit, it's provided by the trust, but it is an employee or a retiree benefit, aren't benefits under the purview of the board? Wouldn't we have had to have voted on that?
And Ms. Bork can address the statutory framework for the board's responsibilities and involvement in these decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we proceed, I guess it would be best if I present to the board on sort of their statutory obligations, and then we can open up, but Brent and I can sort of take whatever questions that the board may have. Following the September 17th, 2021 board meeting and the report concerning the OPEB trust, there were questions triggered concerning the board's statutorily assigned role with respect to employee compensation and benefits. And so we were asked to analyze the issue, and to conduct our analysis, we reviewed the applicable statutes and regulations, including the Board of Regents bylaws and the Board of Regents policies and the Board of Regents administrative procedures. Particularly, the board derives its statutory authority from KRS 164-350, which creates this board and provides it with the usual corporate powers, rights, and privileges, including the right to receive and expend money. KRS 164-350 subsection 2 requires the board to adopt bylaws for the governance of its members and its employees with respect to the expenditure of those funds. KRS 164-360 subsection 1 requires the board to appoint a president, and on recommendation of the president and in its discretion, appoint all faculty members and employees and fix their compensation. KRS 165-365 sub 1 further provides that the board has exclusive control over the appointments, qualifications, salaries, and compensation of all employees of KCTCS. And further, finally, KRS 5807 also provides that the Board of Regents has the right to appoint and dismiss personnel and set compensation for the employees. So that conglomeration of statutes read together means that the board has the exclusive control over the salary and compensation of all employees of KCTCS. And while it may delegate certain roles to the president to make recommendations to the board, our review of those statutes ultimately means that this board has exclusive authority and control over those, such that recommendations may be brought to the board, but it's the board's obligation to then receive those recommendations and to take action upon those recommendations, whether that be to approve, reject, amend, or whatever that may be, till the board is satisfied that it has met its statutory obligations to oversee those decisions. The Board of Regents currently has bylaws in place, which is subsection 3, that addresses the statutory obligation under KRS 164-350 with respect to the creation of bylaws and policies and procedures. It also has a, I guess, subsection I of section 3 says the Board of Regents shall fulfill the duties of KRS 164-360 in appointing a president, and also in exercising its discretion in appointing faculty employees and setting compensation and tenure of service. What it does not have is a corresponding procedure that discusses how that's to be done and how it's to be brought to the board. And so in review of the policies, and I won't sort of bore you all with going through in detail every single one of the policies and procedures, but ultimately I think it appears what's lacking is while there's an acknowledgement within the policies and procedures of the board's obligations, it doesn't appear that there is a specific policy or procedure that addresses how these issues are to be brought to the board to ensure that these matters are taken to the board for the board's action. And so our recommendation would be to review the policies going forward to make sure that all items with respect to employee salary and compensation as set forth in the statute are brought to the board for action, and the board can define for itself how that is to be addressed. It can set the policies and determine how that's to be brought to the board, but ultimately before any such decisions are put into place with respect to compensation and benefits, that those matters need to be reviewed and addressed by the board.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to try to bring this, that was excellent, by the way, but I'm going to try and bring it down to real layman terms here, okay? And I respect your interpretation of the KRS. It's wonderful. What I'm hearing you say is the Board of Regents is responsible for total compensation. Is that a true statement?
That is correct. KRS 164-365 says both salary and compensation. So it's excuse me. It's
Okay,
I
and
speak
I
with my
think
hands,
that's helpful to understand
So-
because there's been a lot of really good work over the years, at least the years I've been on this board, to give us a lot of information about salaries and salary schedules and all of that, and that's been wonderful. I think the missing piece that we're trying to address today is the other half of total compensation, which would include those pieces of benefits, whether they're retirement benefits or other types of benefits. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct. And the statute specifically separates 164-365 makes that clear because it separates salary from compensation, so that it's clear in the statute that compensation is intended to mean something different from just salary. So it's the board's obligation to have an oversight over all employee compensation, not just salary, but the entire compensation package, which would include benefits.
And I think what you led your conversation with was there may have been confusion in the past that other than salary, there were delegated responsibilities related to total compensation. And we're here to address and correct that, essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I think as well, the board may delegate the administration of, once the plan is in place, the board's policies are in place, the administration of those plans and policies can be delegated, but the board has an obligation to set what that policy and what that plan is.
Okay, and that's the clarifying point, is that we set the policy, the procedure is developed, and we may delegate administrative control over the procedure or parts of.
That is correct. I mean,
Okay.
once you set what the policy is, the board doesn't have to meet every time you don't have to meet every time a new employee is hired to say, yes, we're going to allow this employee's salary and this benefits package.
Exactly.
You just set what the policy is, and once that's set, then you can delegate the administration of that policy.
And so in this particular item that we're talking about today, there's a proposal, there was an information item presented to us in September to modify the benefits of folks who are in the 403B retiree health provided by the OPEB trust. And so it's within our purview to either accept or not accept through motion. I don't know what that was. To allow such thing to happen. Is that correct?
Our reading of the statute is that the board is required to take action in order to allow the amendment or the change in those benefits.
Okay, and so, yes, so the board will either vote to allow or not allow. Okay.
Chair
And can
Damaris?
I ask a clarifying question? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Barry.
I wanted to ask, but we talked about 2019. Did we implement this in 2019 and didn't approve it?
The trust was actually created in 2012, 2013. Right. The trust has been ongoing since that time. I think what Brent was reporting back was that there was an action taken in 2019 that the trust would be allowed to, and Brent may speak to it more than I did, but.
Well, it was a report to the board, but I don't think the board voted on it.
Right. So it was reported, but did the company take action upon it? Did they start funding
Yes.
that benefit in 2019?
Well, it was funded in 2013, but given the interpretation of what administration meant, I think at that time, the board was not, a resolution was not submitted to the board to approve various benefits actions.
I guess my question is, what we're voting on now, is it to confirm what we're already doing, or is it to change something?
2000, what happened in 2019 has been going on since 2019. What the board is being presented today with is with a resolution that's set forth in the resolution that's before you, and that's to take further action to enhance the benefits that were previously provided. So it's to
It's to enhance.
increase
It
the
is,
benefits that were in existence.
but not take away what we did in 2019?
It changes what happened in 2019.
It'll add to what.
It will add to
It
what.
will add to it, okay.
It will
I'm just
increase
trying
the
to figure out
benefits that were
exactly
previously provided.
what impact it's going to have.
Yes.
Right. But not reverse what happened in 2019, even though that wasn't actually ratified by the board.
But
And I
we need
think
to-
just to clarify, while it is increasing the benefits, it's actually less expensive. Is that not true?
That's correct. And up until recently, we didn't know that the board needed to ratify any of the changes because the administrative committee had been delegated by the president, which was our understanding. And we acted in good faith in 2019 by reporting it, acted in good faith in 2021 in September by reporting it.
Yeah. So I think it's more of an educational realization for us that it is part of the statutory requirements that we are involved in that. So we
Yes.
appreciate your work and the work of Council Duncan, bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, based upon the statutes, it's not enough for the board to be informed. The board actually needs to consider and exercise oversight because it has exclusive authority under the statute. So that's not something that the board can delegate.
Right. Thank you. Regent Fletcher?
But yet my clarifying question just falls back to that, which is now that we do know that, it's not as simple as just ratifying something that apparently has already been done. We need to write a policy and a procedure for this process, correct?
Correct. That is my recommendation and recommendation of outside counsel, Ms. Bork and Mr. Boffman, that all of these things that deal with compensation, that deal with salary, and we will talk more about it when we get to the executive compensation, that all of those have to be considered by the board and have parameters and criteria and procedures placed around them so that you know absolutely what is happening and that you have approved it. So there might be already a structure that you put into place rather than going, as Ms. Bork said, back constantly to meet, to ratify every administrative action. But you would have at least considered what structure and what parameter and what criteria you want to place around approval and or ratification of certain decisions.
So let me ask another question, because I think Regent Fletcher brings up a good point. Since there is a lack of a procedure today, I'm a little confused about whether we should be voting on this. I mean, it sort of came to us as a result of a correction that was made between September and now in terms of interpretation of our fiduciary responsibilities. But this particular resolution that's being presented to us today about 403B retiree health benefits, it's not coming as a result of an actual policy and procedure. So I feel like I'm in chicken and egg. I'm not quite sure.
But it is coming as a basis of the statute, which trumps any procedure or policy. So to ensure that the board has the full information that they need about what the changes were to the 65 and older benefits under the OPEB trust and the 65 and under benefits, and to ensure that you have it on record that you are saying this could be changed at any time, in the next plan year, because these things have already been done. And there's really no going back on this, but to ensure that you have done your statutory duty and you have the full information about what these changes are, how they affect the people who are eligible for the OPEB trust benefits, And also that you, as we talked about with your fiduciary duties at the retreat, that you have considered it, at least you are aware of it, and nobody's going to walk up to you and say in the grocery store, hey, what about that OPEB trust and the changes and all of that? And you have no idea about it. We're making sure that you are fully informed and that you have taken action on this item, even if in some respects, because of the administrative actions that we took, there is no going back right now. You are put on notice that before the next plan changes, that you need to have full information and have a procedure in place that would say when and how you would either approve or ratify those changes.
So is it correct to say that the information provided in our packets and any questions that are asked and answered, that this board would be able to execute on this motion? Just based on the fact that there's a KRS that's governing that in the absence of an actual policy and procedure?
Yes, absolutely. The policy and procedure will simply be to clarify how you are going to implement your statutory authority.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. That was my question, is do we have to put a stop to this until we get policy and procedure?
No.
No, but
All of your authority is derived from the statute, and the
Okay.
statute requires that you oversee that. The statute also requires you to put policies and procedure in place, but it first requires you to act.
Okay.
And so you need to act, and then recognizing that you do not have a sufficient policies and procedures in place, then you can implement. And obviously, the board has the right to change those policies and procedures as it sees fit, to suit whatever needs the board has. If it puts a policy in place and that policy doesn't work for the board can change that policy, as long as that policy comports with its statutory obligations.
Okay. That helps me. Does that help other members to clarify?
I still feel stuck.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting ready to vote on something we don't have all the information about. We don't have a policy or procedure about.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go through the resolution, and then we can discuss each part of the resolution so that you will know what kind of factual basis those have and what changes have been made. So, for instance, the whereas Kentucky Community and Technical College System sponsors and maintains the KCTCS post-retirement plan. That's the OPEB trust. And that OPEB trust provides those post-retirement non-pension benefits that Mr. Boffman told you about, that they're generally linked to medical coverage, dental coverage, vision coverage, all of that. And that is for the benefit of certain system former employees and their beneficiaries. So you are not, as an employee, eligible for the OPEB trust until you meet its eligibility requirements. And that would be age, time of service, and retirement. So no one who is currently employed by KCTCS is currently eligible for this. You have to meet those requirements. So that's what that first part is telling you, that there is this OPEB trust. It is irrevocable. It has been set up. The participants have been set pursuant to policy, board policy that was passed in 2009. Then, whereas benefits under the OPEB trust, whereas benefits under the OPEB plan are funded by a trust held by PNC, so PNC is the trustee, pursuant to the KCTCS OPEB trust agreement between the system and the trustee, that's PNC, which trust is intended to be tax exempt. So we know because it is a qualified governmental plan, it is tax exempt. Going on to the next whereas, upon the recommendation of the President's Cabinet. So that would be us, the administration. The Board of Regents, on behalf thereof, desires to ratify the amendment and enhancement of the OPEB plan for the coverage year that will end in 2022. So the changes that have been put into place, we're enrolled in the open enrollment period in October. So anyone who met those eligibility requirements would have received notification to enroll, and they have. So yes, you are right. These have been done administratively already, and because they've been promised to people who have enrolled, there would be considerable legal risk in going back on that promise.
No legal risk in knowing this in September and going ahead with it in October before the board had a chance to write a policy or procedure?
Well, I do believe that we are trying to draw a line in the sand and create those policies and procedures and move forward. And quite honestly, this is the only way that it can be done at this point. But the changes are that there is for the over 65 individuals, there is as you all have been referring to it, the Cadillac plan, you know, the benefits that are the Medicare Supplement Advantage plan. And so there is no out-of-pocket, no premiums, no co-pays, nothing for those individuals over 65.
They do pay $1, $2, and $3 for prescriptions, but beyond that, that's.
But beyond that, everything is covered. Also, there is, for those who are under 65, there are, and Wendell may need to address this, but it is my understanding that the change in 2022 is also that those under 65 will have no out-of-pocket expenses for medical, vision or dental, but there will be some out-of-pocket, just like this over 65 for prescriptions. So that is a change as well. Now, I do not know the financials on that particular change and whether that was
It's all
considered in.
All inclusive.
Okay. So those are the changes. And that is what you would need to ratify to ensure that you have carried out your statutory duty. And then going forward, we have got to work on a policy that will set those procedures on compensation, and that would be salary and benefits.
So, Ms. Duncan, so the policy the way the policy would look is it would be a board level policy. It would state, for example, going forward, when we want to make these changes, they must come before the board, be approved by the board, all that, before they get enacted during the open enrollment period.
Right. So it could be a prior approval, or it could even set parameters. If there are no changes, then you would not have to do that. If there are substantial changes that would incur costs to the OPEB trust, or you could even say, in this respect, if there are no changes and those changes are to the benefit of the OPEB trust, then you could say, we will ratify that rather than pre-approve. So what you don't want to do in that policy and that procedure is to hamstring the administration so much that they have to come to you for every little thing.
At the same time, though, the policy will address items beyond OPEB trust. They will address all total compensation items that the board may have not been involved in the past.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add as well that this particular resolution also reserves the system's right to offer reduced coverage or different participant cost sharing in the future coverage years. So this particular resolution only relates to the plan for coverage year ending December 31st, 2022, so that when open enrollment comes, this board has the right to bring the plan back before the board and revisit this issue if it wishes to offer different coverage next year.
Vice President Fowler, will you remind the board, if they're not recalling from September, that there in fact a savings to doing this?
Say that again, please. I'm not sure I understand.
What was the savings dollar to making this change?
Over $6 million in total. I don't remember the exact dollar figure, but it was over $6 million, several $100,000 per year. And that's providing the Cadillac plan and giving that at that time that the trust was in a surplus position.
Thank you.
So what we will be doing is approving this resolution, and then will we be making another resolution to implement policies and procedures?
We'll be developing a policy which will then come to the board for approval, right?
Okay.
Are there other questions about this particular resolution?
Madam Chairman, I'd just like to, in the future, when we increase the benefits, we had a spreadsheet prior to, so we would notice, like you said, you told us that information, but it would be good to have that prior to the vote if we increased it and what our obligation is and how much surplus we have in there so that we can make that decision. Thank you.
Should we notify existing members in the trust that their benefits may change in a year?
So that is a discussion that outside counsel and I have had with Vice President Followell, that they will need to have some communication, whether it be through traditional mail or email, whatever their contact information is, but that does need to go out so that they know that it may change.
Other questions? I don't see a hand up with Patsy, so I think she's okay over there. Okay. All right. I'd like to call for a motion and a second that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the increase in benefits delivered as part of the health benefits funded by the OPEB Trust previously established by 2013 KCTCS Board of Regents resolution. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Regent Allen moved.
Second. Regent Herding.
Regent Herding, second. General Counsel Duncan, can you call the roll, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. I thank the board for considering this item and for acting upon the motion. I also thank the outside counsel for helping us understand our fiduciary responsibilities a bit better, and I know we will, as we all aim to do, improve the way in which we work as we go forward. So thank you very much.
So Madam Chair, do we need to do a motion for the staff to draft a plan for the board, or a policy for the board's review and approval at a future date?
Do we need a motion, or are we just going to put that on the agenda?
I think we would put it on the agenda for the Policy and Planning Committee.
Right, right. Which will meet in January. Yeah, yeah. Good question, thanks. Okay, the next couple of items are update items, and I'm going to stop talking.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is an update from Wendell on employee benefits.
packet, and I've got copies if you don't have, so if anybody needs one, I can pass them out. And I'm going to ask Jackie Cecil to assist with this. Come get it. The board had asked to be updated with regard to employee benefits. Jackie, you may want to pass these out. If they don't have them, they'd be easier to look at probably than your computer. So what staff have put together is the existing employee benefits on one side and new benefits on the other side. This outlines in brief everything from health insurance to the type of retirement accounts, dental insurance, sick leave, life insurance, all the various things for both new and existing employees. And we'll be glad to answer any questions you have. We have, and you may or may not remember, this is probably the most concise. Last September, a year ago, we also did a workshop with regard to benefits. We changed the benefits in December of 2020 with regard to Regent Stevens' request for extension with regard to military leave. And we did probably 2 years ago with regard to benefits as well. So this is not the first time, but there's been new changes to the board. So we'll be glad to entertain questions with regard to what's on the sheet.
First of all, I appreciate all the work that went into gathering this together, and I also appreciate the distinction between existing employees and new employees, because particularly as it relates to retirement plans, we know there are distinctions there. One of the reasons why this is helpful to us, well, there's several reasons, but one of the important reasons why this is helpful to us is as Dr. Zarapata and I have gone on our tours throughout all of the different colleges across the state, this topic has come up repeatedly, and in fact, in every single location, the topic of salary and compensation. And when we say compensation, we mean total compensation inclusive of benefits, is paramount and on the minds of all of our employees. And so to have all of this information in front of us to understand the current world is extremely important. Anytime you look at changes in the future, and Paul and I both know this because we've been consultants for a long time, you have to know your current state before you can design your future state. And so having all of this in front of us is tremendously important. As we just heard, we are statutorily required to know this information and to understand it, particularly if there are any changes that are proposed. And so I just ask you to take some time to study it and to understand it. And I think that, as we move forward, particularly as we talk about addressing issues of compensation and compression, this is going to play a big piece in how this board moves forward with total compensation for the entire complement of employees at KCTCS. Do we have any questions? Regent Herdink?
I don't see it on here. I don't know if it qualifies as a benefit, but the 37.5-hour work week, is that considered a benefit?
That's just, I don't know, that's the work week. I don't know.
That's not necessarily a benefit. It would be just our
It's just your
established work
standard.
week.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, I noticed that we have 10-month employees and 12-month employees. Are the benefits the same for the 10-month employees and the 12-month employees?
Yes, they are.
If you're a full-time regular employee, whether that's 10 months, 11 months, 12 months, the benefits would be the same.
To include vacation, holidays, and everything. That's what I'm getting at. I understand about the insurance or so, but holidays and vacation and everything, they're the same?
Vacations, except for faculty, vacations are prorated for staff.
Are there any benefits for part-time employees?
Yes, there are. Part-time employees, if they are working at least 25 hours a week, they are entitled to all of the benefits except LTD and tuition waivers, I believe.
LTD being long-term disability insurance.
Long-term disability, correct.
So, but they have to be working 25 hours?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that's regular part-time.
Regular, okay.
Yeah.
Give us an example of not regular part-time people.
So not regular would be temporary part-time. That could be like your adjunct faculty. It could be someone that's working less, and it'll be someone that's working at less than 25 hours. If they're temporary part-time working 25 hours, then they are going to be eligible to participate in retirement. If they're working 30 hours, I believe it's 30 hours, they would also be eligible for our insurance.
Health insurance.
Health insurance.
Through the Affordable Care Act.
Yes.
So is really the only thing they're not getting benefit of is retirement or pension?
The temporary folks,
No, the part-time people,
that's.
the regular part-time people, sorry.
Regular part-time would be the long-term disability and then the tuition waiver.
They can join the retirement plan.
Yes.
But now the pension was limited, and I'll point out on the existing employee side, if you go to the far right and go down 3 boxes, list the post-retirement health benefits, which really covers both the pension plan, which was KT and KERS that ended in 2013, as well as the 403Bs that ended in June 30, 09.
But in reference to those plans that we just ahead in 2013, if they're working part-time, that does not count as a full-year retirement. They're going to have to work longer, right? Is that correct?
Whatever the requirements are of KT or KERS, they would have to meet those, just the same as on this 403B trust. They still have to meet the criteria in order to actually draw the benefit.
And clarify for me, I think I make sure I caught it. Part-time, kind of permanent part-time, 25 hours plus, but if you're 30 hours, you get the additional option for
We have to provide health care.
health care.
Through the Affordable Care Act.
Through Affordable Care Act, correct.
So how many people are we talking about there?
On the temporary part-time or regular part-time?
Regular part-time, but under 30 hours?
I don't have that information with me. I would have to.
That
get
would be in, we have that information in that next agenda item on the appreciation as to how many regular part-time or what the cost would be. I don't know if we have the number in there or not.
I don't.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, we'll get there.
We can
We'll
get you
get
the
there.
number though.
Jackie, can you explain to the board about the look-back period as well and how that affects the eligibility?
Sure. So when we're talking about the 30 hours or more for the retirement plan, or for the life retirement, I'm sorry, it has to be, or health insurance, it has to be looked back for a period of 1 year. So if they can't just, if they start out working 30 hours, we know they're going to be working 30 hours, then they're going to be put into the health plan. But if they are not working 30 hours, let's say they start out working 20 hours and then they're not included immediately, but then when we get to the look back period, which is that first year, then they will be looked at for health insurance benefits.
Just for the record, it looks like based on the chart I see in that next agenda item that there's 51.
Correct. I just looked it up too. That's
Yeah,
right.
regular part-time.
That's regular part-time.
Regular part-time.
Okay, great. Other questions?
And when we say new employee, new as of when?
When they start, the day they start.
Anybody coming in at?
Correct.
When did this list, was this as of January of this year? Would this be as of 2013? When is this definition of existing and new?
This is as of today for new employees. The existing employees is from the beginning of KCTCS.
I just wanted to clarify that because
Sure.
we've had all this conversation about the OPEB
Sure.
going all the way back to 12 and 13. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Can we move on to the next item? I believe Regent Stevens.
Wendell,
Which is,
suppression and compensation classification.
all right.
You're chapter 1.
Yeah, if you've got, that'd be good. I've got today with me Jackie Cecil as well as Heather Humphreys, who helps Jackie, as well as Louis Pruitt. Many of you may not know Louis Pruitt. Louis Pruitt was the former Assistant Vice President for Human Resources for the system. He retired, 10 years ago or so. He has a consulting business on the side. Can you Hannah, can we fix the screen there? On the side, speaking of temporary part-time, Lewis is temporary part-time with us on this project, trying to bring forth compensation classification, help us do the work. All right. Can you scroll forward, or I'll scroll forward? If I get this to work. This, which way? There we go. All right. Let's do a quick recap of where we were before. Hannah, I'm going to let you do this and take this real quick. Got to do a quick recap. We told you here in December we would bring you an update as to where we are and the work that's being done and all the types of things that go into a compensation classification study. So scroll forward, quick recap. You may recall in the PowerPoint that we discussed in September, the question was, can we fix the multiple problems we have with compensation by a single action? And that being also providing a recurring salary increase, addressing salary and wage compression, having market-related salary schedule, and the practice of hiring at minimums, which we have had, the answer being no. You may recall that, with that, it's a very complex situation. I'll explain to you. You have a lot of detailed additional information that I may call upon part of this team to talk about. And part of the reason we say we couldn't do that, for every 1% increase for regular full-time, that amounts to $2.7 million in recurring cost. And part of that same situation, and you've heard it yesterday of some things with regard to our tuition and enrollment and some stuff of that nature. Tuition, actual revenues down, our enrollment's down. And so all of those things go into what we'll be able to do on a one-time, and while we say that we will need a multi-year plan in order to address it, particularly when our state appropriation too, we hope to have the General Assembly's kind to us, but in recent years we did get some performance funding money this current year, but prior to that we'd had over $50 million state appropriation reduction since 2008. That being said, scroll forward. At the September board meeting, we discussed the history of the compensation plans. We looked back at the lack of a recurring salary increase basically over the last 18 years, while we had during those 18 years, we had about 6 years of increases. Our hiring practices of hiring primarily at the minimum, regardless of what a person's qualification was, and not really comparing also to their peers or anything else with regard to equity along those lines. And then just your all's direction at the June meeting, we talked about having some type of competitive strategy to attract, retain, and develop faculty and staff, and develop the leaders of KCTCS, and that you needed an action plan. I won't go through every one of the bullets, but we shared a lot of information there. And scroll forward. The takeaways from that meeting, we talked about that you charged us to develop some type of approach that would address these compensation challenges. And that's what we're facing now and trying to do so. In order to do that, we've been looking at and providing an analysis of where we are, trying to take a reasonable and rational approach to what we're doing. We're trying to look at the market data for sound compensation practices. Staff began working on this right after, actually before then and even before that. But in order to do that, we need to do a thorough market review. We got to look at positions. We got to look at the salary schedule. And we want to be confident that what we bring you all is valid. And also looking at the internal compression issues. All of this, and we're making good progress, and we'll talk about some of that in a bit more. We're about, we surveyed the colleges. We had over 26 pages of responses. We have roughly 49 positions that we'll talk about in detail that were identified primarily at the lower pay bands, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, and 11s, of which the colleges are having significant difficulty in retaining, attracting, and Chair Damaris, I thank you, and as President Zarapata have been across the state, you see some of those. You've heard a lot of this discussion, and it varies also by region and by geographic area. The cost for a certain position may not be the same in Middlesboro that it might be in Covington or in Hopkinsville or in Louisville. So there are some things along that line. All right, scroll forward. questions of where we left off in September with regard to any of that, of where we're trying to go and the analysis that we're doing? All right, on to the update. Scroll me forward, couple. All right, update to the progress. There's 4 elements that Jackie and Heather and Lewis and their group together are trying to address, and that's to find the current relevant labor markets, because the labor markets, as I've mentioned, are different across the state, and they're different for positions by geographic area, by economic climate of that community, and even in a region. And then trying to compare benchmark jobs to the market. And by benchmark job, we're talking about a job that has commonalities, whether it be in KCTCS or across the spectrum, so that if you went out and looked at that job, it's going to have the same type of qualities there and same type of requirements, whether it be at one college or even outside of KCTCS, where we can peg a metric to it and be able to look at what our jobs should be paid along that line. I don't know if Jackie or Lewis, you want to add to that in some ways of what we're trying to do with our benchmark jobs?
Yeah, I mean, with the benchmark jobs, we identified, I believe it's in the materials, these 49 staff jobs and the faculty we will look to. As Wendell said, to peg that to what the current rates are being paid in the market, so that we can make an assessment, are the positions competitive, or if not, how far behind are we? So we know where we stand relative to the market.
And some of the markets we're looking at are just the local market, because you may be, and I don't mean this in any derogatory way, you may be able to have a lower level position you can just fill locally. That's all you would need. You can fill it the local markets. Others may be regional, that you may be looking for several counties along that line. And then others may be national or statewide, such as maybe one of the KCTCS presidents or executive leadership in that sense. You'll do a broader search. So it's going to vary. You know,
I'm sorry, Vice President Followell, if I could remind anyone who's speaking to use the microphone so people who are virtual can hear.
Also, as I mentioned, we're benchmarking jobs, trying to understand the market trends, because even while we've identified 49 different positions, and really over half the staff, with 1,176 people in those 49 positions, you have different challenges in one market versus the other market, and also even some jobs. Some jobs may be further away from what the market level is. Let's say you have a band 6, just throwing that out. It might be 15% below the market, but if you look at a band 8 in that particular job, it might only be 5% below the market. So we're trying to also look across jobs. And, you know, it's these 49 positions and 1,176 staff. We're also looking at all of the faculty positions, whether it's assistant, associate, or full professors in that sense, and identifying those as well. And there's over about 1,200 faculty. And so when you get down to it, we've got almost 2,400 out of the 3,800 workforce. So we believe we have a good indication of what our markets will be and what we got to compare to, and it'll be representative of where we are. I'm just also looking, thinking about the same time, just trying to identify retention, recruiting challenges we've talked about. But in addition to trying to address the market and what we should do for our salary schedule, we also are faced with trying to address what pay band assignments should be for certain positions, because depending on what we find in the market, we may have it classified as a 6, it might need to be an 8, or we may have it as an 8, it might need to be something less. By the same token, there are differences with geographics, with disciplines. Not all staff members in the same discipline or faculty in the same, I won't say the same discipline, but there may be variances. Some positions are very difficult to fill because of the job market, high wage, high demand jobs. Others may be less so. So those things have to be calibrated and affected as well. So there are salary differentials. With that said, using here as an academic advisor, as an example, what you'll notice here, we used several different tools. With comp analysts, you often may have heard this as salary.com or Clinexa or other names along that have been used. Looking at this academic advisor position, if you look at the different markets there, each college market, for example, you'll see the ranges maybe in the more rural or eastern Kentucky colleges at 41 to 43. Now, there are some outliers in there that Henderson along that line, but that's, we argue or would believe that's largely because they're right across the river from Evansville. But then if you look at other locations, such as like Bluegrass, Gateway, and Jefferson, you see that same position having to pay $45,000 to $47,000. But now if you look at the bottom line, all across KCTCS, we're only paying $38,300, so to speak. But yet, if you look all across KCTCS an average, that position, given the market, and this gives you some indication as to how far we are below the market, would be $46,600. So we're doing this for each of our positions, and then also kind of get that within the geographic area. That's why I mentioned to you before, it may not be when we end up and come back with a recommendation, and then also for you to act on in June, it may not be a single salary schedule. It may be a bilateral scale to where certain areas, it could be a trilateral scale. We haven't gotten that far yet. But there may be differences for certain positions or regions or disciplines that have a higher impact that we need to address so that whenever the colleges are recruiting or trying to retain people, they can get to the appropriate level with regard to compensation. In this case, I mean salary primarily. So any questions as we go along that? Scroll forward one more. All right, as I mentioned before, we're looking at all of the 4 faculty ranks in the 49 staff positions, bands 2 through 15 primarily. On that benchmark, we are trying to get input from not only the PLT, the CHR, or the HR directors, other groups along that line. We did also, at board suggestion, speak with both Tammy Thompson and Mark Wells as to what we're doing and laid out this as both a faculty and staff representative. They were very encouraged by what they saw, and much like probably you all and what you got in your packet, a little bit overwhelmed by the magnitude of the data and the work that's being done. And that's why it does take a while. You know what I'm saying? When you're looking at things, it's not easy. So like I say, when you're trying to benchmark, you're really reflecting that position, you know, that's standard and consistent, and trying to get outside as well as inside what that position should pay, and giving that market, whether that's the local market, whether that's the regional market, or at the national market. So we're trying to do those things in detail. As I mentioned before, it takes a little while. We've got several tools that we're using. We're using Coupa data as well. In addition to that, because, and you saw in your packet, we got a lot of data from every community college or two-year college in the United States. We're trying to narrow that down and index that to those that are most effective within, you know, the affect KCTCS, primarily the contiguous states along that line, and also looking at doing some potential indexing with AAUP. And I don't know if Lewis or Jackie, any one of you all want to comment on that, but the faculty is becoming, it's a little bit more detailed than we initially thought, but.
You want me to speak to the faculty?
Take
Wendell?
your mask off there.
Yeah, gladly. On the faculty data, we are looking at a number of sources. With the Coupa data, we found that we were not able to define that for the southern region. I think that's probably noted in one of your handouts because of the sample size. So we'll be looking at national data, AAUP that Wendell mentioned, trying to find an index that we can look at how do we transfer that national data to Kentucky, or at least our region. So we're trying to look at a reasonable index and look at all data sources that we can for faculty salaries.
Thank you.
All right, if you would scroll forward there. And I'm not going to read all these to you, but we are, as I mentioned, using the Coupa data along that line. We're looking at individual benchmarks in order to try to figure out what the position should pay and what people in that level, or what that position, whether it or band, what it should pay, and the need to address that salary structure. All right, scroll forward a little bit. Here again, parts of what you've asked us to do. I mean, a lot of data. You can imagine out of 1,176 staff positions, or 49 staff positions, 1,176 people are in those 49 positions, about half of the staff workforce. And then looking at all 4 levels with regard to instructor, assistant, associate, and professor for the faculty. So there's lots of moving parts: salary structure, market trends and practices. Individual faculty and staff qualifications also will affect some of this. Hiring practices and impact on compression. That combined with the lack of annual salary increases, and then the available resources, trying to, if this was graphed, figure out in what quadrant and where we are as to what we can do and how fast we can do it, given the time. That's why I mentioned to you before, just being very candid with you, it's not a one-year single fix. It's going to be a multi-year problem, which we have to put a stake in the ground and then work towards, whether it's 2, 3, or more years. All right, Hannah, if you'll scroll forward, just kind to mention before, part of the methodology is capturing the labor market comparisons that we mentioned, and then looking at those benchmark jobs to ensure that we've got the right responsibilities. What's the salary ranges that others are using, that we should be using, the number of incumbents in there, the average KCTCS salary, as you saw in that one example using the advisor, compared to what we're also finding, whether it be local, regional, or state. And then the years of service, all of those things go into not just addressing the salary schedule, but addressing compression. I think Regent Stevens and I were talking about last night, seniority, and trying to address some of those things, and trying to make sure that we have a good calibrated recommendation to you all that will put at the market level or midpoint for all of these positions as best we can with that, and bring you forth recommendations. Scroll forward. One of the bigger things that we're going to be faced with and are faced with is compression. That remains, I think you all have heard that on your tours with regard to faculty and staff, because of having not given recurring salary increases. That, and what I mean by compression is that if you have been here several years in seniority and you haven't gotten a raise, and new people are coming in roughly at that same amount, so you're not paying for those years of experience that they may have directly with that institution compared to someone who's new and you may have to train, and they're in the same band. And that is a very morale issue with regard to faculty and staff for not recognizing their talents and their loyalty to the institution. Compression, you know, as I mentioned here, there's lots of things along that line, annual salary increases and so on and so forth. But we're hoping to bring you and plan to bring you back something that tries to balance the issue of compression with annual salary increases and adjustments to the salary schedule compared to benchmark jobs. And I don't want to underestimate for anybody the difficulty that it's a pretty big task. In fact, I will tell you it's a giant, enormous challenge given the data that we've already rolled into. So, I mean, there is a lot of work going on. Scroll forward. I'm going to tell you some things that you probably already know. And it is just this far. Obviously, we know we're not competitive, that we're going to have to do something in adjustments, and it's likely, given it's going to take several years to accomplish to get us there. We are finding that there are differences, just as Chair Damaris and President Zarpata, as you've gone across the state, you've experienced some of that and seen in the differences of campuses. There's differences in geographic, economic differences in one position, or, for example, you may be able to fill that position pretty easily in Bluegrass, but not fill it in maybe at Southeast and Middlesboro, or vice versa. You may be able to fill it in Middlesboro, but you can in Bluegrass.
Just quick question. So when you put in regional adjustments and competitive adjustments and that sort of thing, you're either going to have multiple salary schedules based on those criteria, or you're going to have wiggle room within it. What have you all seen anything common at other places besides us?
I'll defer to the team. That's part of the issue in general, is because we cover the entire state. We have a large number of positions, and things do vary by locality or by region, geographical area. Louisville, Lexington, Northern Kentucky, the Gateway tend to be, obviously, because of the economics there, tend to be higher salaries and those things like you saw in the academic advisor. But as I say, some positions you may be able to hire in Hopkinsville that you can't hire in Bluegrass, and vice versa. You can hire in Bluegrass, but you can't hire in Hopkinsville because the talent in the area, the people that live in the area, the education, the experience, things of that nature. So we're trying to calibrate that. It isn't an easy job. I don't know if they want to add to it. Heather Humphreys?
On a little bit of information. So that's why we have a salary structure with a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum to allow some flexibility within that range. Midpoint aligns to what is referred to as the market, and then having that minimum should be, what we recognize that as the minimum possible salary that employees should be paid for doing that job. But that the intention is to have flexibility within that minimum to the midpoint to allow the colleges to adjust based on their local needs.
Do we want to let you get through the last couple of slides and then take questions?
That'd be fine.
Is that all
Scroll
right,
forward,
Wendell? Yeah.
if you would.
Yeah.
If you would, there. Okay. So, I mean, here again, just new hires be some part of the things. Just competitive salaries, stuff we're trying to do. Scroll forward one more. Trying to make sure that we also, much like you're talking about with policy on some things, trying to make sure that we are consistent in our application and consistent in what we put forth for the board so that going forward, hopefully we can keep the train on the track. We may not get it there as fast as we'd like, but we can not have as much variation. And if there is variation, there will be rationale for it, as Heather just spoke about with regard to why that area and within a salary range, or if you will, between the midpoint and the minimums and things of bands, so there would be some consistency. At this point, we're just trying to complete the analysis on the market, develop these recommendations. We hope to be able to have those for you by March, and develop a recommended approach to address the salary compression, annual increase in salary schedule, and then continue to engage the various constituencies with regard to this, be able to bring you that in March, and then from your directions at March, bring you back with regard to the 22-23 operating budget, phase one, to begin to implement the recommendations and whatever you all ask us to do in March to adjust those for presentation and recommendation, or a recommended budget that would include those items. So questions?
Thank you. I think we've got one question from Brianna, but I would like to make just a couple of comments and then ask Brianna to join in. Regent Witten, I'm sorry, for the external audience. You know, I've had that personal experience with going out to all of the different colleges, and I will tell you it's made a tremendous impact on me, and I don't even know that I could share as much of it with you as is inside of me, and being face to face with all of these folks and understanding their concerns. I also appreciate this is a tremendous amount of work. And I applaud you, Wendell and Jackie, and your teams with all of the effort that you're doing. I think one of the things I'd like to see with this recommendation, and particularly with the budget as we go forward, is a modification of philosophy around budgeting. I've talked about this regularly at each of the different sessions. And it's not KCTCS specific problem. I've seen this in other industries and particularly in government entities as well. Human capital is the largest piece of the budget. Human capital is the largest piece of the staff. And yet sometimes we plan for the increase of the utility bill, which it might be a 4% increase next year, and plug that right into the budget right away at that line item, and we don't think about planning for the human capital in the same way, And what tends to happen is, and I'm not saying this that we're guilty of it, but in practice, what tends to happen is it's the what's left over. And I feel like my perspective, having looked across 18 years and only 6 raises in 18 years, is that perhaps KCTCS has suffered from the what's left over mentality. And I just don't think to be a successful organization, we can do that going forward. Our biggest asset, and we have a lot of buildings, but our biggest asset are our people, our human capital, and I really would like this board to take an approach in ensuring that as we budget, that we value that human capital and we think about it in terms of what we need to do year over year in our budgeting. We could probably do a great job of fixing this problem right now, even as Vice President Falwell says, it might take 1 or 2 years or 3 years. But if all we do is fix the problem, it's going to come back again. And so I wanted to share with you that those are the comments that I've made to faculty as we've gone out on these visits, and I think they've resonated very well with faculty and staff, of course. And I'll point to other industries. If you look at very successful industries, particularly in the for-profit area, those that place a high value on human capital tend to do very well. And so I just think it's just a philosophical thing that I wanted to share with everyone, and just kind of put that in the back of your mind. Now, I've also been in Wendell's shoes, and I've been a CFO, and I know what it means to put pen to paper and look at the numbers and have to make them work. It's going to be a balance, but it's important that we look at our philosophy in terms of budgeting and how we do it going forward. My only question, and then I'm going to ask Regent Whitten to talk to her question, is I know that I believe Regent Fletcher had brought this up in a last meeting. There are some differences in positions across the system, differences in titles, differences in responsibilities. How is that factoring into your analysis? Is that, I imagine it's making it difficult, but how are you compensating for those differences in your analysis?
I'm going to have to defer to Heather or Jackie or Lewis on that one.
So the way we have a compensation and classification structure that's comprised of job specifications that are available to all colleges. And so when a position is created, a job description is submitted. The job description is evaluated against our classification structure and matched. And so all jobs should align appropriately based on the job description that is submitted as best we know. So we allow the HR departments and directors and staff at the colleges kind of handle that process on behalf of the colleges. But we do keep all that information as a library, so we can refer back to that if necessary. We do recognize that there are some challenges in some of our job structures, some gaps, if you will. And so one of the things that the byproduct of this project is probably going to be to define some of those areas that we may need to either possibly maybe the titles are antiquated. We need to update our titles, or maybe there's a job that isn't quite reflected within the group. So those kinds of things may likely happen as part of this project. But we are using the documentation on file to ensure that it all matches appropriately and jobs are being evaluated.
Thank you. And I appreciate you recognizing that, because when you open up the data and dive in deep, you find other things you need to fix.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I appreciate you mentioning that and recognizing it.
Thank you.
Brianna?
Actually, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
My question was different. Now I have a whole other question. So when you're talking about those ideas, we have folks, though, when you said when a new position is posted, it goes through and it's matched. What happens when an existing employee, like an admin assistant, is now given new duties per there was the JAQ?
The job analysis questionnaire is called the JAQ.
So they're kind of almost, I hate to use the word, saddled with a whole nother position that's being offered at another college across the state.
So when that happens, and we deal with that quite a bit, and what we say, so a lot of, depending on things that happen, you may have attrition, you may have positions that you no longer choose to fill, and somebody has to absorb those duties, and it usually goes into onto the plate of another employee. So those are added as additional responsibilities, and it just depends on the level of complexity of those responsibilities as well as the amount of time that you would spend. So if our rule of thumb, if a job changes 50% or more, then that kind of triggers us as HR professionals to think about, is this the proper classification? Sometimes it does result in a reclassification of duties because, let's say, an administrative assistant takes on some high-level budgeting responsibilities. Well, that's a more complex duty that is not typical of an administrative assistant. So, if that's considered a major duty of that role, then a reclassification would be considered. But part of that job description includes percentage of time allocated to duties, and that is really the primary driver of how we align jobs within the system. So, if we're taking on a task that is only 5%, that's probably not going to change the job. But if it's, 30, 50%, we may start looking at that. Okay, well, what other tasks have been added onto that position? And is it changing 50% or more? And if that's the case, then that's going to require more in-depth analysis. So just because, one duty is taken on, that might not necessarily change things. It's going to have to, it will factor into the analysis.
And that determination would be made at the system office.
Well, that would actually, the colleges would do that on their own using the job specifications that we have in place, but we do consult with the colleges quite regularly when they have questions. We often, we get stuck a lot in human resources. It's, we may not know enough about a duty because when we are provided a documentation, it's words. We're not always looking and seeing what the employee is doing. So we may have to do things like a desk audit or interview employees to learn more about what the duties are that they're taking on. And sometimes the HR directors get stuck and they ask us for clarification, or a very common practice is, does anybody else have a position like this on your campus? We have a lot of discussion back and forth within the group about that. But that helps us kind of identify where that position should fit within the organization, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And as for my other comment, it was actually a nice segue when you talked about your modification of philosophy. So that's a question that I have for Dr. Zarapata. So that has been that process that some colleges across the system to hire in at the low, always. What are we doing to change that philosophy? I mean, is that going to be up to each of the 16 individual college presidents? I mean, is that going to be something that you're going to communicate to them? Because we're in this pickle, right? Because we've done that. So what are we going to do moving forward to fix that?
I think it's all part of this process. So, as we develop this next compensation plan, part of the guidance has got to be not to hire people at the minimums. I know it got really exacerbated at Bluegrass because they were having some financial issues back in 2007, and they started hiring at the minimum. They've kept on doing it. Now, Jefferson has done a much better job of getting closer to market. So it does vary. It's going to be more painful for those with all the compression at the bottom. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be part of a philosophy that, you'll see as this gets rolled out in July.
And just to add to that, sometimes if you do something to correct a problem, you cause another problem. That's what I originally said a few moments ago. So, the entire system has about a 25% turnover rate. Approximately 5% of that is retirements. But as we look at the individual colleges, and I'm not picking on Bluegrass because I love you, but your turnover rate is pretty high. So if you, take a solution to a problem that was years ago effective, but you just keep doing it for a long, long time, sometimes you cause yourself another problem. And they have, comparative to the other institutions, a relatively high turnover rate, and they've got a lot of competition right in their backyard. And so I think everybody needs to think in those terms of what we do today may fix a problem today, but let's not cause a problem later on. And that's hard to do. Can't always predict the future, but I'm sure that there are a lot of experienced, a lot of smart people are on the table here who can, help us with that line of thinking. Great. Do we have other questions? Regent Fletcher.
I have a comment and a question. One, I love the idea of a central repository for those job descriptions. But two, I hate the inefficiencies of 16 colleges doing it all their way. I still think the efficiency piece has so much opportunity here to be, in this particular area, interwoven, to assure that across the system, we do have very similar positions in all these colleges, or that we fish out which ones are not efficient or not really necessary and get those off the books, and then maybe, perk up or spice up those that are still existing to make sure that those that are beneficial to the students and to the success of the organization, remain, but then are paid appropriately. How many, Jackie, you told us at one point how many different job descriptions that we had. It was like in the hundreds. 500 different job positions. I mean,
we do
is
add to that, as
that has
needed.
been reduced by probably 2/3. Was it the last time we looked at it with Hannah Group, probably 6 to 7 years ago? There were a better part of 2,500, 3,000 at that time.
I mean, it's insane. How do you manage that? You don't. you know? And I love the comment about changing the philosophy and not leaving salary and compensation as the last thing on the plate. I think that's, as Mark Twain would say, that's a frog we need to eat first, next budget cycle. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Heather. Can you explain how the hard-to-fill request, how that will be affected by the compensation studies that are happening and how that's utilized right now?
Well, I don't know that we know yet how, right now we're gathering data, so we don't really know what the outcome of the data analysis is going to be, but just to kind of talk about what that hard to fill process is, because we have had some challenges with whether it be geographic or specific subject matter experts. I'm just going to say nursing because that was one of the top things that we focused on last year. In order to get staff, we had to supplement salaries because we just weren't able to attract with our scale. There is a hard to fill process that's implemented, and basically what that process is, it allows us to, allows the college to determine if it's necessary to add a supplement to a position in order to attract them and possibly retain them, and that becomes part of their total compensation. It's not added to base, it's a supplement to their salary, and it's used for those positions that we have to hire outside. It was a workaround, honestly, a workaround for the current structure that we had. It was something to try to help us until we are able to fully evaluate the way that we compensate our staff, but knowing that we had to get people, we had to get nursing faculty in the door in order to teach students. And that's just one example, but that process is in place for other positions too. We use it for staff positions as well. But I don't know, Kim, I would like to see that go away. But I don't know. I don't know, will we ever be in a world where we can just totally, we don't know what's ahead, what's going to be the hot, the next hot topic or hot career choice. So I don't know, but we'll definitely have more as we get into the data analysis further.
Thank you. It's a good question. Chris, did you have a comment?
I do, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Thank you. Agree wholeheartedly with your sentiments. People are our largest capital issue we need to worry about. Making business about people is a tagline we like to use back home a lot. Wendell, thank you for the presentation. Heather, Jackie, thank you guys. I want to say I'm really glad to see this discussion taking place. These type of tough discussions, very detailed, are paramount to this organization being able to move forward. I want to thank Dr. Serapata for making tough decisions, looking at efficiencies, as Regent Fletcher stated, and I think there's even more of those to come. But KCTCS is not alone in this workforce issue. This is something that we're all seeing from job attraction, job retention. It is a nationwide issue, but I'm glad to see us talking about this and having it on the forefront of the agenda. My question, I guess, is more for Wendell, Madam Chair, is would this somewhat coincide and dovetail with the discussions that we were having on executive cabinet positions at the various colleges? Because you're looking at Hazard at around 700,000, which is dramatically more than Bluegrass, dramatically more than Jefferson, et cetera, and I'm still somewhat having a difficult time of understanding the differences there, and was wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that a little bit further.
Some of that goes back to what Dr. Zarapata said. Many, almost all the colleges have the same positions, but that particular president may not choose to put that position, because I think like Regent South mentioned, the diversity coordinator. There was maybe at one college, all the colleges have those positions, but the other presidents may not choose to put that position on his or her cabinet. So I think the positions, the underlying structures there, it's just that.
I think it might be beneficial for us at the next, or in between this meeting and the next one, to kind of put one more piece of the puzzle in there, and that would be cabinet, and then that would be like positions that aren't on cabinet. And I think that's a little bit better way to
That will help us
compare to compare those costs.
Yeah, because it just seems, based upon personal decisions of who to put on cabinet and who not, the math just doesn't look like it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. It's a good question. Did your question get answered? Yes.
I want to thank Wendell once again. And my big issue is the compression, as you know, that we've got to take care of. We've got many needs of the future of our instructors, but we've got to take care of our present employees. And basically is a professor that's been working for us 15 years should not make the same as a new professor that's hired in the English department and or the chemistry department, whatever what it may be. The same way with a custodian or secretary that's been working 10 years and is making when they hire somebody else in. So I know it's tough to market or so, but you know, and that's only my opinion, we need to take care of our present employees. They have done a great job through this crisis, and I know we may give some token rewards, but we need to have a master salary schedule that sometime in the future when we come back that everybody can get a 1% or 2% raise, and we know it's across the board is what I'm saying, and everybody is we'll never get to really where we want to be unless the state increases the amount of money that we get. We know that is, but we need to reward those employees.
We agree with you. We also agree with you that compression is just as big, if not a bigger issue than the salary schedule or across the board increases, because you do have loyal people who have made this place what it is and made the colleges the success it is today, that have been here a long time and given, you know, their life and career. Not to say that the people that have come recently haven't and won't in the future. But we do have to have some way to recognize those, and that'll be part of this discussion and part of the comment, you know, that we'll bring you all in March, and then hopefully carry out your actions that you want in June so that it can be implemented July 1, 22.
I think we have a question. I'll get to you in a second, Alexandria. We have Patsy's got a question, and then Alexandria next.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. My question, I guess, is to Wendell and the others. Moving forward in the development of policy, will there be any incorporation of process that would structure, I guess, creating positions within the institution and allowing, you know, people to apply for those positions? For example, I understand about the president's cabinet, but there doesn't seem to be a systematic or consistent way that positions of advancement are advertised so that other people potentially who would want that salary and who would be qualified for that position would have an opportunity to apply for that position. And it seems like we advertise a lot of positions and we go through a great deal of detail and privacy and those sorts of things, you know, as we vet for those positions. But then sometimes positions kind of show up out of nowhere that have a substantial salary that no one knew about or got to apply for. So I would hope, in fairness, that we would consider those kinds of details in writing policy, because I think that definitely impacts other employees who may not have had that same opportunity.
I agree with you. I don't have the answer to that. I don't know if Jackie or Heather have any idea.
Well, all positions, vacant positions are posted. Unless there's a reorganization that would then result in a reclassification of a position, but all opportunities are posted. We've kind of gone back and forth on how to advertise those postings across the system. I know that we do advertise, I'm just speaking on the system office here just because I'm more familiar with how we handle things. We do advertise all vacancies within the system office to our current employees. I don't know that all colleges have that same practice, but if you're talking about potentially creating some type of process where it's uniform and how we do that, then that's something we can discuss. We basically leave it up to the college to handle how they recruit and advertise those positions, but all positions should be posted. So for an internal perspective, it may not mean much to the outside folks, but should be posted with a pay band, and that would indicate to the employee or to the current employee if that position would be an upgrade or a lower pay band than the one that they would currently be in.
Yeah, I would hope that we would be posting all positions across the system. I mean, you don't know if somebody wants to move from Northern Kentucky to West Kentucky, and if that person is interested in moving and they don't know a position exists.
Well, they are
all positions are posted on job.
They are all vacant. They're all open.
It used to be in the Scoop, which is a daily news feed as to all the positions that were open. Are we still doing that?
We do not put positions in the Scoop that go out to all the colleges. We have our our applicant tracking system is available that will show all vacancies within the college, and you can filter out based on whatever, if you're interested in a finance position, you can query and see all the finance positions that are available across the system. So that's typical, I mean, for
Yeah,
an
it's
institution.
careers.kctcs.edu is where all of our.
Yeah, so
our
we
job
do
postings are.
advertise all vacancies. Again, except in the exception would be if it's a reorganization that's handled internally.
Yes,
And someone
that
moved to
is
a
my
role.
question, because any position could be taken under the guise of being part of reorganization, but what that does, if we make that a habit, is we continue to exclude people that would be equally or more qualified for a position, but would not have the opportunity to apply for a position perhaps that was created with somebody already in mind for that. So I would just think if we are going to be transparent and honest and do what's best for all employees and consider equity and fairness, that I would hope that that would be part of our discussion moving forward to improve the quality of what we do to support the human capital that you referenced.
So our internal rule of thumb is that, if you have a reorganization, if you have multiple people with the same credentials and that would be potentially interested, we would recommend that you post the position. Now, there are situations where there's one incumbent that's, that's suitable for the job, and that's usually when or it's somebody that's just taking on more duties. Like their job is not changing. We're not looking to, well, their job is changing, but things are being added to that job. We're not looking to add additional employees to the organization, so that would be seen as a reorg. But we do, and we should, from the college perspective, we should analyze and make sure that it is a situation where there would be nobody else that would potentially be interested in the position before doing an official reorganization. So HR should be involved in those decisions and is involved in those decisions.
Thank you. Thank you for the.
Just one more quick question, please. In reorganization, is that only involving positions that are already established for the college, or does that involve the creation of new positions that perhaps don't even yet have a job description?
All positions should have a job description on file.
Correct.
Heather, how frequent are reorganizations?
Not very frequent.
I've only done two.
We don't do them. We don't do them very frequently. And Jackie is he is required to review all reorganizations at the colleges. And some are not, it depends on the level of complexity of a reorganization. Sometimes it's one position. Sometimes it's a major reorganization. And those are typically what come to Jackie's desk, when it's actually, we've got a chart and it's pretty significant.
And I will tell you, on a personal basis, sometimes system office doesn't agree with the college, and I get the calls too, and I have to defend Jackie on that side of the ledger.
Great. Are there other questions from the audience? Go ahead, Alexander.
The question is it within the board's range to maybe help HR to take the names of the job descriptions and give them what am I trying to say here? Certain descriptions to use across all the 16 colleges. Is the board allowed to set a policy like that? This is the names you have to use across all 16 colleges?
I'm going to refer to general counsel on that.
So basically, it is the board's purview to say what number of personnel will be used, what units will be there. So yes, there is a broad duty that the board has to look at that. Now, would you want to get into saying this is the position that you absolutely need at Hazard and at BCTC? That would probably be a really slippery slope, except that, and we will talk about it more, and I put it at your place, we do have an administrative policy that appears to have several positions with certain titles that are required and certain credentials. Now, we've been running into some administrative issues recently based on that policy, and that is why we're going to have to administratively look at that and determine how it should be changed, how it should be married to practicalities. So the legalities and the practicalities. And that would involve talking to all of the colleges about what positions they do have and do use and do feel that are necessary. So for instance, some of the colleges are moving to what is called the provost model rather than having the chief academic officer, and yet this policy says there will be a chief academic officer. This is an administrative policy and not a board policy, but the board can certainly say, I would not say that they would want to say, you must do X, Y, and Z based, for your personnel. But what they might want to do is to look at an overarching philosophy as to what areas are needed. And I would say you would go back to your 3 statutory roles, which would be workforce, remediation, and 2-year degrees, and you would look at those and see how best you believe the colleges will meet those roles, and then give an overarching, broad, philosophical policy on how you feel that, as a board, that should be accomplished.
And then that in turn would help kind of do what Chair Damaris was talking about, where the board could actually help reset the philosophy in a way by doing that, correct? Am I correct in that thinking?
Right. So what Chair Damaris is talking about is saying, let's put our people first.
Right.
Let's say that our people are first, and then if our people are first, what people do we need to also make sure that our students are successful?
And my suggestion would be just kind of trim the edges on that, and maybe they could help by doing that by just trimming some of the jobs and making it more to the point with who needs to do what, was just kind of my comment question. And I have one more with regards to you called it consolidation or
Compression?
Compression. So my idea is to bring in, because we are a school, bring in students and do internships. Can't we get grants and scholarships and stuff to fund that? Have the people that's been here 15, 20 years help these up and coming people come through the colleges. That in turn builds money for the college. And that way you can take that extra money, pay the people that's been here 15, 20 years, and train your up and new coming workforce. Just would something like that be possible to get in the works for KCTCS? Would that be plausible to help with some of the budget?
Chancellor Williams may want to speak to internships.
So, is this on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Green button.
Yes or no? Sorry. So we have the opportunity right now to do paid internships essentially through federal financial aid. That's how, that's the work and learn or the ready to work or all of those programs at the colleges. There is a productivity loss as you're changing students and trying to train them up, but we do use students in a lot of different ways. Most of our colleges have really trimmed down the number of full-time positions over the last several years. And so to take a full-time position out and try and bring in students, I think would be difficult. But money is there, and each college manages that a little bit differently.
Thank you. I just want to note, because General Counsel Pam Duncan referred to the policy, it is the policy number 1.5, KCTCS organizational structure. I believe it has not been updated since 2015. So definitely one that we need to look at in context of all of this analysis. And I appreciate the suggestions and the ideas that people are talking about. I'm going to do a time check. We are at 1:34. We're approximately a half hour after our intended lunch break, and I imagine some of you are getting a little weak and may need some nourishment. Would it be okay if we close the conversation on this? Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We got a yes, ma'am from Vice President Follow. A lot of great work. Thank you so much for everything. We know we will be hearing a lot more, and I think you got some good input from the group here relative to their questions and comments for you to move forward. We are going to break for lunch, and then we'll be back.
Are we going to work through lunch?
To call for a motion and a section to go into closed session pursuant to KRS 61.810. May I have a motion? So moved by Chris Girdler, second by Brianna Witten. And we can just get a consensus?
Yes.
Yep.
Consensus, anyone in disagreement? Then we will stop live streaming and go into closed session. All admonitions that we
Thank you.
into open session.
You may.
Regent Stevens, second.
Second.
Regent Witten, second. And do we need to take a roll call on that?
No, we can go with consensus if everyone is agreeable.
Looks like everyone is agreeable. We are back in open session. During the closed session, the board took no action. Next item on our agenda is KCTCS, non-recurring employee appreciation. And I'm going to ask Vice President Wendell Followell to present this item.
Good afternoon. The last board meeting, we talked about, or the board asked about being able to provide a non-recurring appreciation for employees. Also at the committee meeting of the strategy committee, it was talked about to look for a range between 250 and 500, or 1,000 rather. So you have on attachment A, by college and totals, roughly 3,852 people when we did this would be affected by it for a flat amount of 250, 500, 750, and 1,000. It was also asked for the part-time, which attachment C, or attachment B rather, is the 250, 500, and 750 for and 1,000 for 51 regular full-time positions that were filled. So we're asking the board for consideration for that. You see the total amount for that, roughly $4.6 million, 3.4, 2.3, 1, 2 for that consideration. I think Dr. Zarapata has some comments with regard to our discussion with the PLT in light of where our enrollment is, in light of the one-time money that we have through the federal HERF.
Yeah, thank you, Wendell. I'll chip in with that. We had a very lively discussion at PLT meeting about this non-recurring employee appreciation award. Everyone was behind it. There is a lot of nervousness about, if we did something on the high end here, and if tuition revenue is still down, enrollment's still down, and if for some reason or another we don't get additional appropriations, I'm hopeful. This is the best I've felt in a long time about the appropriations, but anyway, where we kind of landed is all 16 presidents and Wendell and I and the rest of cabinet are really hoping that we could settle around the $500 mark, and with the part-time people too. So it would be the 2.312 million, correct, Wendell?
Right. Because there's only 51 regular part-time positions. Now, that would not include the temporary, the adjuncts, those that are not regular positions, because that number to do 7,000 so or whatever else would be significantly higher than what's listed here.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for the information that's come back from the PLT. I want to make one comment about the one-time employee appreciation awards. We've done this a couple of times already, and the first time we did it as a board was in response to having to do something versus nothing, because as we talked about earlier today, not having recurring raises, not doing raises, just seemed like we were not doing enough. And so this idea came forward a couple of years ago. I know those of you new to the board have not been through this before, but it was a gesture of appreciation for our employees, and I think it was well received at that time. We actually did it again recently, again, as a gesture of appreciation for employees, and I feel that folks were appreciative then. But I want to give you some feedback that came to us when we were on the college tours. And it was a concern. And you don't really think about when folks get money as a award of appreciation as that being concerning to them. But the concern was, is this what's going to keep happening in lieu of getting actual percentage increases on the base? And so I did want to mention that to you all. I'm not trying to discourage any conversation or any vote to this particular award, but I think what we want to be cautious of is not setting a precedent that this is how we're going to reward our employees, and that we're not going to consider all the other factors of the regular recurring raises and some of the stuff we talked about earlier during the benefits and the compensation. And so I just want to let you know that folks appreciate it, no matter what dollar amount is decided upon, and if the board actually decides to make the award in total. But I do want to caution us that what was an intention to appreciate employees should not turn into a practice. And that is very important, and I felt strongly that I needed to communicate that to you all so that you were aware, since that was direct feedback that was given to myself and to Paul during the tours.
Yeah, and I really do think this could serve as kind of a bridge until we get to July and start to implement some of this comp and compression plan.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point, and as a staff person, I see that. But I think if we show progress, like we're showed today, with that there's momentum and movement on the compensation front, that we're not just kicking the can down the road and going to make some action somehow with very smart people who can figure it out, I know. I think if we show that to people who are watching or people who hear about what we're talking about today, I think that'll go to law. This coupled with that will go a long way.
Thank you. And I appreciate that comment, because it is, as Paul just said, perhaps a bridge getting to that next more impactful change that we're looking to make. Each of you has had the opportunity to look at the chart. There were $4 amounts proposed. You've heard from the recommendation from Dr. Zarapata and his leadership team at the colleges. I'd like to ask the question as to anyone has any particular comment or suggestion as to which of the dollar amounts he or she would like to propose.
Would Wendell just very quickly remind us what our net position was as far as end of the year?
I'd have to actually go back and look, but it was positive and several $100 million, I will tell you.
833, 628, is that correct? Am I looking at this from this morning's discussion, the condensed statement of revenue, expenses, and net change in position?
Yeah, but now remind you, net position is not all cash. Net position is your buildings and everything else from top to bottom.
Okay. So which part of this would tell me how much money, fungible money, we might have on hand to be able to do something like this?
Well, this is a June 30 snapshot, but I guess the biggest situation on here that would probably be able to tell you that is the number, which page are you looking at, 13?
I'm on 7, but I think it's duplicated, so I can go to 13.
If you are looking across the page, the unrestricted, that's $16,026,000.
So we have $16 million.
That's not encumbered, not
expendable revenue, expendable money.
Right, that doesn't have a claim against it.
Is that inclusive of one-time dollars?
That is one-time money as well. That's recurring money, one-time money, everything of that nature.
But we're also talking about one-time payouts here for these appreciation awards.
Yes, ma'am.
So am I reading correctly? $4 million to do the 1,000?
4.6, and that is calculating the retirement calculation for 403B of 10%, and also the FICA for Social Security and a 1% in there to cover the roughly 700 employees that we have either in KT or KERS, because their benefits rates are much higher, but only 700 out of the 3,800, about a 1% differential will help cover that.
So the $1,000 award, obviously taxes, get applied to
Will come out
that
of it,
from
yes.
the employee's perspective, but from the employer's perspective, we are required to satisfy FICA requirements and pension requirements against the dollar amount.
Correct.
I would say that's pretty people capital forward.
Brianna?
Yeah, I'd say I would agree with Wendy with, wages obviously steadily increasing across the nation for different positions, and employers having a hard time funding and finding folks to be that human capital. It makes sense to me we have it. $1,000 seems right on.
And is there any federal money available to be able to use toward these one-time payouts or bonuses or whatever we're going to call them?
Yes, there is. That 16 million also includes that federal money.
It does include the,
yes,
like HERF funds?
That's all sources, yes.
That includes HERF?
That includes HERF. That's the bottom dollar through there that's unrestricted out of those that we've either recovered through lost revenues and do not have any form of claim on.
So I'm not a faculty or staff person, but faculty and staff folks tell me, do you think spending 25% of our expendable revenue on our people sends a loud and clear message to them that we're serious?
I think it would, but I would like to hear from Paul why the president wanted to do 500 instead of 1,000, knowing the same things we know here.
Right, because we've got a compensation and compression mandate that's going to be coming through from you all. I mean, I've heard it loud and clear. You guys want to fix that. So we don't know what that price tag is going to be. Also, as we talked about, tuition revenues down, enrollment's down. That one-time money is going to be gone at some point, folks. I hate to go in because we've got so many unknowns about the spring. We don't know what's going on with the variants and all that stuff. That comfort level was just a lot more at the $500 level than it was at the $1,000 level.
Brianna?
I mean, with all due respect, if we're working toward the compression and compensation, right, and you're saying you're going to have us an idea by June, right?
Yeah,
but we're not going to probably be taking action in June.
You'll be taking action
in June. Okay.
Right. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to solve the problem, as I've said, all in one fell swoop.
Right.
That may take multiple years given the cost.
Okay.
But the plan is to have the compensation classification recommendations to you at the March meeting to get feedback from there. Hopefully, we're pretty much on target. Make any changes you want and come back with the 22-23 operating budget with whatever phase one or what happens to be in there for you to take action on for the 22-23 year. Back to Zarapata's point, I understand the 500 versus the 1,000. The difference being we don't know what the General Assembly is going to do. We do know that our tuition is down, our enrollment's down. We don't know that's going to recover. We spend the money.
My other concern is politically, what message are we sending when we give out $1,000 to each employee and then we've got our handout come in the legislative session? That worries me a little bit. I haven't heard anything about that, but I'm just trying to think about it.
Okay, I'm all about solutions. Let me offer one. What if, can we as a board say we want to set aside that 4.6 million, we want to give 500 now, and if by June we haven't addressed this compression issue, we give the other 500?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. And I would encourage that to hedge our bets because we don't know what the General Assembly is going to do. We don't know yet what our enrollment is going to do, and we don't know how big the dollar figure is.
I would welcome that. I think that makes a lot of sense, just because we'll be past the legislative session then. We'll know where we're at. And we'll also know what spring enrollment was then.
Regent Jackson, did you have a question?
Yes, that was actually my comment, Wendy, was to see if we could possibly just sort of prorate that, because I do think the 1,000 is very reasonable. But I do understand Dr. Zarapata's thought process on it as well. But we don't know what the outcome is going to be and what this compression and compensation is going to look like. So considering the amount of raises that have been given to faculty or lack of over the years, I think 1,000 is extremely needed, honestly, if we're serious about this. But I was going to share the same thing that Wendy shared. I would like to see that allocated, because if not, we don't really know what's going to happen to that money if we don't use it on faculty and staff. That was going to be my other question.
So my question for General Counsel related to that is, if this board were to, say, vote on a motion, and we'd have to amend the motion, I imagine, to include a $500 payout now and a $500 payout later, or would there have to be a second vote in March or June to do that payout? What I would hate to do is make a promise to our employees, and then we look at kind of where we're at that time and rescind that promise. So I don't want us to get into trouble. We either have to make a commitment or not make a commitment, or we do two separate votes.
From a parliamentarian perspective, I would say you would need to do two separate votes for a variety of reasons, based on that need potentially to rescind it, but also should there be any change in the composition of the board for whatever reason by that time, then I would not feel comfortable binding the new board to this particular decision. And then also if there were some sort of catastrophic event. So I would prefer that there be a vote that might say the $500, and then to give a date certain on when you would revisit the next $500, or to take one of the other options that Vice President Followell has provided for a different amount.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Would the motion as it currently stands not cover that? I mean, it's pretty clear what our wishes are, because it says all three attachments list a range for an award of $250 to $1,000, and the KCTCS president is encouraged to implement this award. So if we tell him that we want him, as long as it's not outside of that range, wouldn't this motion cover it?
I don't actually read it that way. I think that you need to take a vote on what you would give now.
Okay.
And that the implementation would be about setting parameters about when it would be provided, et cetera.
I have a question, Madam Chairman. I like Wendy's idea, but when we get to the compression issue, we may have some employees that next year's salary has a $250 increase, and other employees may have a $3,500 increase, is what I'm saying. You know, my thought is that if we did not adopt a salary schedule or some type of increment or adopt compression problems, then give the other $500. But, you know, we need to also use this $1 million plus to help offset what we're going to do going down the road, if that makes sense, is what I'm saying. So, you know, I don't know how you word it, and I am in favor of it, but, you know, basically is that we may need that money as we go down the road and we adopt this salary schedule, that extra $1 million, remembering these are reoccurring expenses down the road. So.
Thank you. I'm going to call on one of our college presidents who happens to be in the room. I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you be willing to comment to the board as to what your perspective might be? We have our college president from Madisonville here.
Come up here.
Because I think Regent Stevens raises some of the point about what maybe perhaps you all talked about in PLT.
The first thing that I would share is the presidents have been talking a lot about this. I mean, we're concerned. We'd like to be able to give, big across the board raises to everybody. There are, as people have spoken today, many uncertainties we're dealing with. We don't know if we're out of the pandemic. We don't know if we can get these students back. We're working very hard to get the students to come back, to know what our revenue is going to be. I guess we're trying to err on the side of caution while looking forward and hoping that we can come with a good plan for base salary increases rather than just always giving a bonus or an appreciation gift. And that's why we were falling toward the 500, knowing that we can do that now. We understand how we can operate with that now, and give us the time to see what's going to happen. If we have the opportunity to do $500 now, and as Regent Fletcher suggested, look at the other 500 as we look at the rest of it in the spring, I think we'd have more information. I think, my legislators I'm talking to them about the need for them to look at funding for our system, because our system is the workforce trainer of the state. So if it helps us to hold back a little bit to maybe get more at that level, that's fine. But I will tell you that the group of presidents I work with, and I know we're talking a lot with Wendell, trying to come up with solutions, be creative, to find ways to be able to give the raises that are in their base salaries so that it stays with them and carries on. I don't know if that answers your question or if there's anything else I can address.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wendell, I just had one quick question. Of that, how much free cash do we have on hand? Was it 12 million or 16?
Well, that was 16 at the bottom for the.
Do you know how much of that is recurring? Less than half, probably.
Oh, I wouldn't, as far as recurring, I would say none of that's recurring in that sense.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, the way this motion is written, it talks about the recognition options that have been presented under Attachment A, Attachment B, and Attachment C. Because I'm a very logic-oriented person, I have to walk my way through the decision tree of which way we go. So I think what I want to ask for, because I think this motion is going to have to be amended to meet the requirements that General Counsel mentioned. What is the consensus of this group around which attachment? Are we considering regular full-time and part-time, which would lead us to Attachment C? I'm seeing nods, but are folks both? Okay, so I think I would strike the Attachment A stuff out of here and leave Attachment C. And then in Attachment C, we have the dollar amounts of $250, $500, $750, and $1,000.
The last column got cut off with 3 zeros, but.
Yeah. I think what I'm hearing is 500 now with a motion to come to this board in the spring of potentially another 500 based upon where the system is setting in terms of how things look and how the presidents of the colleges feel as they feed their information back to the system president. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, so I guess I would amend this motion, and I'll call for it, and I'll just state it the way I think I'm hearing consensus. The KCTCS Board of Regents approve a one-time employee appreciation award for each regular full-time employee and part-time employee employed as of November 1st, 2021 in recognition of the outstanding work performed during the COVID-19 pandemic that award being $500, and that the KCTCS president is encouraged to implement this award prior to the institutional break later this month.
Well, I think we need to have, no disrespect to Paul, not encouraged, directed, because then that sends a message from us is that we're directing. I know Paul would give it to him anyways, but directing him to give to those employees is what I'm saying.
So the KCTCS president is to implement this award prior to the institutional break.
Wendell, do we have a date set for that? I think we do.
We do. Logistically, I've had the staff be prepared for whatever the board does, and hopefully we could do that as early as next Friday. But there's lots that goes in because we have 2 payrolls already this month.
Right.
The 15th and the 17th. So we have to fit it in between the processing of those, or otherwise we run into potential errors and a problem. So
Those screams you hear are the payroll department back there.
Right.
And just to clarify, regular full-time and regular part-time, because we
Yes.
made that differentiation earlier.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be those 20-hour people, it's going to be
The 25.
25 plus.
Yes,
Yeah.
25 plus.
And that's why it's such a small dollar amount. I think it's, to do part-timers, it's another 27,000.
Right. Have I captured the motion for general counsel that,
Yes, and then you'll take a separate motion for a date certain, or will you simply direct the president to bring it back at the March meeting for the second vote of the second?
I would like it to come back at the March meeting.
So then we'll take this motion, and then we'll have a separate, very quick motion that it would, you would like a reconsideration of another one-time award at the March meeting.
At the March meeting, right.
We'll have a much better picture of how everything's laying out.
So can I get someone to make the first motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Regent Stevens, can I get a second? Second, okay. So what you're voting on is a $500 one-time award to be implemented next week to all full-time and regular part-time 25-hour plus employees. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
May I explain my aye vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I vote aye, and however, this is more, in my opinion, to help compensate for the compression issues that we've all discussed. In my personal opinion, has absolutely nothing to do with COVID, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin is no longer present. Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and carries.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second that this Board of Regents direct the president of the system to bring back in the March meeting a proposal of an additional one-time award.
So moved. Brianna Whitten.
Madam Chair.
Hannah?
I'm sorry, point of clarification, I thought it was said earlier it would be June.
Right.
There was mention of being through the general session will be over in March. So are we talking about March or June?
That was my question, Madam Chair. I thought earlier I heard June.
Yeah. June? June?
Is that?
I thought he was going to bring us numbers back in March, but we would implement it by June.
correct.
That was my understanding.
We're hoping to have recommendations on the compensation classification plan in March.
Yeah.
With your direction, either modify them, take them, run with them, and then develop the 22-23 budget built around that information, those recommendations, and whatever.
Because I think our meeting in March is late March this year.
Correct,
Really late
27th, I
March.
think, like 27th.
Yeah, so, I mean, even though the session won't be over, I think we should probably have a pretty good idea of where they're leading with things.
Okay, well, let's go with March, and if something changes, when we get
Right.
to March, just let us know.
I mean, I think, well, yeah, we should have a lot of good information by March to effectuate budgetary change, for June, but we may be able to do the one-time award in March. Can I have that motion? Someone needs to give,
So moved.
okay, Damon
Jinx.
Allen, so moved, and seconded by Chris Gerda. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens, Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you all. The next item, again, Vice President Falwell will describe this. This is the 2022-24 biannual budget request. And there will be a request of the board to take action on this.
Give me 1 second to find in the many items I have. Well, that's not it. All right. Thank you. We're asking the board to approve what we end up having to submit to the Council of Post-Secondary Education, State Office of Budget Director, and the LRC. You may recall that we talked to you in September with regard to what our budget request hopefully would be, but at that time, CPE had not finished formulating overall what for our higher education would be. That was not really finalized until, I guess, late October, early November. So in the end, this is the request and partially what such as for KCTCS. They have some other things that they'll be requesting that would also affect us, but for KCTCS, under performance funding, they're going to ask CPE is for $67.5 million and then $90 million in the second year of the biennium. Of that, KCTCS gets on the operating budget roughly 22.1% of that performance funding. Along that, and that ends up being roughly $14.9 million. This is the request. Doesn't mean that this is going to be funded, but this is the request to the General Assembly. The second year of the biennium would add to that roughly about $5 million more for $19.9 million in 23-24. Totally, that's roughly $34.6 million. Additionally, we've asked for competitive workforce initiative. We asked initially for $17.8 million. CPE factored that down, some other things, and a lot of other stuff come along that line. Roughly, they've recommended, and they have recommended to their board, both of these things that would be our portion of that for the performance performance funding and also the competitive workforce. Competitive workforce would be $2,225,000, and then that would get doubled in 23-24 for a total of $6.7 million over the biennium. Lastly, there is consideration. You may recall that House Bill 8 was approved that basically took the KT and KERS, particularly KERS, and we decided, this board decided to stay in based upon our recommendation, that it would amortize that cost over 30 years. And we, KCTCS, received a subsidy for part of that cost. We got $854,000, and then that cost stays flat over those 30 years, but the bill called for, House Bill 8, for that to be reduced 10% each year. So you see that 85.5 to where if we don't get this from the General Assembly, we will have to find another 85.5. By the same token, in 23-24, that 85.5 takes another 10% off that initial amount that we received, and that'd be $171,000. Totally $256,000 over the biennium that is part of the request. We're not the only ones that are requesting this. CPE is requesting this on the part of all the institutions other than UK and University of Louisville, because they do not have, or they're not involved with the pensions, either KT or KERS. They are solely 403B institutions. So that summarizes largely the operating request. In addition to that, on the following page, there's a capital funds request that we have visited with each one of the colleges, looked at their projects, and this portion here that you see on the top, on the asset preservation, the CPE is looking to ask for $700 million in bonds, the General Assembly to approve that to address the probably $2+ billion in deferred maintenance across all of higher education, of which KCTCS would receive out of that. It hasn't been decided per se if the General Assembly does approve it. The specifics, 50% in 22-23, another 50% in 23-24. That amount adds to $290 million now. There's a 2-to-1 match, so every dollar that we would receive of those funds, we would have to find 50 cents. So either private dollars, fund balances, whatever we could generate. Now, we would have a longer period rather than the biennium, just that 2 years to be able to generate that. And they will also look at this year, such as projects and things that we have done, which in the administrative services, if we get to it, I've listed all the deferred maintenance we paid for out of our operating dollars over the last several years. That can be counted towards part of this as a match, but they're not going to allow us to just go back indefinitely to be able to match it. There's a long list of capital projects that you see on attachment A, and a listing of those that are prioritized. Mostly, you'll see on the front part of the capital projects, particularly for like deferred maintenance where we ask for it as a system. Each one of the colleges has a deferred maintenance project in there, the 40 million. And then we've gone through using a rubric to identify based upon age, need, usage, all the other projects to list within here to get to a priority order for what KCTCS has. The priority order is less of an issue with regard to the General Assembly as much as the dollar amounts and things. There are, and I thought you all had, I don't know if you have in your packet or not, but there is a listing of each one of these projects with a short paragraph or so. We've talked about them before. You saw some of them in September. There's been a slight change or two, but in general, these are what has been submitted. We did have to submit this late last month, in order for the General Assembly to have it with the LRC and their staff to work it up, and the governor's staff in OSBD to be able to prepare his proposal to the General Assembly. Be glad to answer any questions.
I have two questions, Wendell. One is in the capital budget, I think it's called Workforce Initiative.
Yes.
Is that trains money?
It could be used, it really would primarily would be like trains, the Kentucky Trains program, that we would hope to have earmarked to be able to use for all types of workforce. We particularly have talked about and made known to the CPE, particularly in areas of allied health, particularly nursing.
So it's multiple, it's not just trains, it's monies that would allow us to address.
We would have flexibility with regard to that.
Yeah, workforce needs. Okay. Okay, that was my question. And then on the capital side, most of what I see is renovate, upgrade, and that makes sense to me, knowing that we've got a lot of deferred maintenance issues. But I do see construct, student services, classroom building, bluegrass. I'm questioning why we're constructing.
Trying to get a Cooper campus.
Oh, okay.
Right. That would be the Newtown campus. They don't have that facility.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. That project is to try and get them off of the Cooper campus, which is on the University of Kentucky's property.
I see. Okay.
So I have two questions. One, we had a presentation about a year or so ago where you told us that only about 27% of our classroom space was actually being utilized at any given time. I'm not for anything that's new brick and mortar when we have that low of utilization of what we currently have. I understand the need to move bluegrass off the Cooper campus or whatever, but it kind of concerns me that there's an appearance out there that we're land moguls and not, educators.
Are there any questions, additional questions or comments? I have one last question, Vice President Followill. When we submit this request, both operating and capital, it is bundled together?
There's a separate request, you still, for each. They are combined in that sense, in that they all have to go in the same electronic system as a KCTCS request. But they are two separate items of which the General Assembly as well as the governor would consider, the capital items versus the operating dollars.
When we send them to CPE, we send them as a package?
Correct.
So we're asking for 192 million in operating and 200 and, let me get down there.
Yeah,
284.4 million in.
The 192 includes the 175 that we already have as a base amount. That's our base appropriation that we currently get. The 14.9, the 2.2 for, and looking at 22-23 year, and the 85.5 would be new dollars.
But then drop that down to the 284.4 million for capital beyond that.
Correct. That would be bonded dollars.
Any other questions? Okay, this board is being asked to vote on this package as presented by Vice President Followill. I'm going to read the motion. KCTCS Board of Regents approved the 22-24 biannual budget requests, operating and capital, for KCTCS. Statutorily, KCTCS must submit its requests, operating and capital, to the Council of Post-Secondary Education, Legislative Research Commission, and the Governor of Kentucky Office of State Budget. KCTCS operating and capital requests are developed in cooperation with CPE, LRC, and OSBD, the three entities mentioned. The requests that follow are developed in consultation with the President's leadership team and CPE and OSBD. Can I have a motion on this? Regent Green makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Regent Herding seconds. Can I have a roll call on it?
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Can I explain my vote?
Yes.
This is a struggle for me. I really think we should back up and look at our utilization of classroom space before we agree to ask for more money for brick and mortar. I will vote yes today, but I'm going to ask that that really be looked at and that we justify that before we send a request on to the General Assembly.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher.
Regent Allen has stepped out of the room. Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Schaus.
I say yes, but I also want to say, keep in mind with the brick and mortar, when we're trying to attract new students and keep faculty happy, each campus is a living, breathing thing, and sometimes you got to add that.
Thank you. Regent Whitten.
Yes, but I'd like to explain my vote as well. I'm
Yes.
echoing the concerns of Dr. Fletcher. I think that it definitely needs a closer look, considering, and all we've said today is that enrollment's down across the system, and here we are looking at new buildings, so.
Which specific projects were bothersome here? Because a lot of these are renovations of, 40, 50-year-old buildings.
Anything new. I'm just saying anything new, new brick and mortar. No,
Construction at Blue Grass.
the renovations, absolutely, to keep what we have, if it's worth keeping. I'm from Moorhead, and as many of you know, when Dr. Morgan came to Moorhead as the president there, he raised some buildings, and politically that was not popular, but I will tell you that it was very necessary. It was space that was not being utilized, and he said, if we're going to have buildings, we're going to have good buildings, and we don't need this huge footprint if we're not utilizing those spaces. And I'm just asking that we look at that. I mean, just a year and a half, maybe not even that long, we were told only 27% of our classrooms are being utilized, and more of these courses are being offered online. So why are we building a $58 million building to house people who are online? I'm just saying, I really would like somebody to take a really hard look at that.
Let me stop for a second. Can we finalize the vote and then potentially have discussion on a new motion that might be about taking a look at that or reviewing particular projects that are on there?
For that, I was just answering Dr. Zarapata's question.
Right, I understand. I just didn't want to lose track of where we are in the vote. So Regent Allen, you're the only vote left, yes or no, on the biennial budget request?
I submitted in the materials?
Yes. Yes. All right. The vote is unanimous, but with some conditions. And so we will take a motion and discussion on those conditions following this motion, which does pass.
Thank you. I believe Regent Jackson had her hand up. Do you still have a question?
It was really more of a comment, and having served on the Capital Planning Advisory Board for the Kentucky General Assembly, there is a lot of work that goes into consideration of the capital requests that go forward for the legislature to consider as a system, and definitely respect Wendy and Brianna's concerns about that. But the one thing I can say is that was very enlightening for me to recognize just what the needs are across our system. To Dr. Zarapata's point, the buildings many times are in disarray just because of the age of the buildings and the facilities. And I think some of the thought process is perhaps if we have state-of-the-art facilities, that really improves the aesthetics of the colleges, and it modernizes our colleges to where that can definitely be part of our recruitment draw in quality and delivery of service. So I definitely understand both sides of that. We don't want empty space, but then again, I think there will be a movement. A lot of students are wanting to come back when you talk to them, but they would definitely like to come back into facilities that are safe and accommodating and modernized. So I definitely think it's a balance, but I do want to just sort of play the devil advocate on that side of it to say that there are definitely positives to that as well.
Thank you. I think that all the discussion and the folks that added commentary to the vote makes super sense. I mean, I know I'm one of those folks who was looking at the utilization over the last several years and raised the same concerns as Regent Fletcher and as Regent Whitten are both raising. I think it behooves us to take a look at that. Many times as Paul and I have been out on this roadshow talking to colleges, one of the things that we talked about was all the different initiatives that KCTCS has started, and as Paul would say, they never stopped, and they were put on life support, and they're still alive, and that's a drain on resources, on our human resources to try to do that. I see a similar issue happening with our buildings, and I really appreciate Regent Fletcher's comments about, we need to look at what are those buildings that need money in terms of renovation, and are they worth saving, and are they buildings that we are utilizing and need to keep utilizing? And we also need to take a hard look at, are there opportunities for consolidation so that perhaps some of these buildings are not necessarily needed. I'm not saying they all need to be knocked down, but they could be used in other ways. And I do know that we're investigating alternative sources of revenue and other ways to potentially even lease some of our space. So I do think the analysis is warranted for sure about how to best utilize the physical assets on the campus. I don't know that we need a motion on that. Is it possible that we just request, there is a report that we've seen before, we request to see that in March?
Yes, you could just move forward with that request. I was understanding Regent Fletcher to say she didn't want anything to go forward that wasn't necessary, but this is passed as written. So when would Regent Fletcher request that? Would it be March that you would want further discussion about this? Because that would not necessarily be in time.
Point taken. I just think that we lose some historical perspective when people roll on and off the board, and I know half of this board did not hear that conversation, that only 27% of our space was in use, and I just wanted to bring that up as a point of discussion and to say, I think we need to look at it again, especially in light of enrollment across the state being down, and the number of students online going up in the last year. I hope that Patsy is correct and every student out there that's once been a student that hasn't completed yet comes right back and wants to walk through beautiful doors. But I'm just saying it's a lot of money in a state that's strapped for cash always, it seems. And I just, I've heard more than one legislator say things like, maybe we don't ask for so much once, How could we do that? Maybe use the space we have better, rethink or reimagine some space, not build new buildings when we know that the future is online learning. But March would be fine with me.
Chair Demers, same thing. I hope that I am wrong, but as a faculty member, I can look at my PeopleSoft right now and I can see what classes are making, and they're my online classes. Mm-hmm. And that is the same across the board on all campuses, colleagues I've talked to everywhere. So, I know we had to reinvent the wheel with COVID, but I feel like we're just kind of trying to pretend like now we're just going to move forward as normal. And we have a whole new set of students and a whole new group of the way that they're going to learn. Mm-hmm. And it is not going to be, I think that we're really kidding ourselves if we think that they're all going to walk back through those beautiful doors.
Yep.
I think we just really need to be mindful. And to answer your question, Dr. Zarapata, it looks like there were 3 that I had flagged, 4 actually, 5 on there. It was the construction of the student services classroom at Bluegrass, E-Town expanding the Litchfield campus, procure the post-secondary education center phase 2. I work there. I don't even know what that is. Construct and or procure transportation center and construct fire commission. Those are the ones that they were just the ones that stood out with. It's construct, it's the word. Mm-hmm. It might be renovate or fix or upgrade, but the word construct's there, so that's the one, those are the ones I had highlighted.
Thank you.
Procure makes me think we're buying a building somewhere. Is that the case?
Wendell.
$6.5 million. I want to know where that building is.
That's in Rowan County, a building that they're leasing right now, where it would be cheaper for them to buy it than it is to pay the rent.
They can purchase it and save significantly dollars versus a long-term lease with the MMRC.
Okay.
We lease that facility on a capital lease, but we don't lease it on.
Which building that houses Moorhead?
The MMRC facility that they have. The first thing.
Yeah, the technical side.
It's the technical one, I think.
801.
The new facility that was built to the right, it's down the road. Your new facility, this lease facility is down half mile now.
It's not one of the buildings.
I think at this point that what the board could do is that for those who have specific issues on which projects might need to be reviewed, or overarching issues, that they should provide those to Chair Damaris, who could then relay them to Wendell Followell and Dr. Zarapata and proceed with review for the March board.
I think that's an excellent recommendation.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you, General Counsel. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item of business is policy 1.5. And I believe Regent Fletcher is going to introduce this.
That's the plan. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, as you all know, we've been working on policy review and trying to update board policies, and this is just the next on the long list. I'm going to ask General Counsel to take this over to discuss our motion, which would be to approve the revisions to the Board of Regents Policy 1.5, which is on page 522 of your meeting book.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. Policy 1.5, please note that this is a board policy. I also gave you KCTCS policy, administrative policy 1.5 in hard copy. So this was put into the virtual workspace, and people had the opportunity to go in and look at it, revise it. We answered questions, and we have come up with both a red line version and an at-will version that were in the virtual workspace. So basically, this revision accomplishes a couple of things, or a variety of things. It clarifies and more strongly states the authority that the Board of Regents has as the sole governing body of KCTCS. It also emphasizes what you have jurisdiction over, and it delineates the difference between governance and administration, because that is always a question, and it's not always clear, but we are trying to make it a little bit clearer in this policy. And then it also establishes minimum qualifications for both the KCTCS president and the college presidents. If you noted in the administrative policy, both the chief academic officers and the chief student affairs officers had very specific qualifications that were listed, such as a doctoral degree from an accredited university. It also clarifies the delegation of authority, because the previous delegation of authority in the policy was not entirely clear, because it gave exclusive jurisdiction to two parties, the college president, the KCTCS president and the Board of Regents. But there are different authorities that each of those individuals and bodies have. So Dr. Zarapata is administrative in nature, and you are governing in nature. So that did clarify that. So let me talk to you about the president and the college presidents. In this particular 1.5.2, the KCTCS president will now definitely have to have an earned doctoral degree from an accredited institution of higher education. Particular experience to include a sufficient number of years that would provide time to learn and improve upon the leadership skills necessary to lead a complex system of colleges, providing a wide spectrum of general education, technical training, and workforce. So we tried to align the qualifications with the statutory goals and mission. and then a variety of experience that assists the president in developing an understanding of the elements necessary to ensure that KCTCS fulfills its strategic goals and plans pursuant to the statute. Now, for the college presidents, if we can scroll up or down, whichever the case may be, they will also need to have an earned doctoral degree from an accredited higher education institution. They will need experience, the same type of experience as the KCTCS president, but for a college, not necessarily a system of colleges. And then proven experience in providing quality educational experiences for students at varying levels of college readiness, because kind of remediation is one of our goals, or adult learning is one of our goals as well. We tried to put in there that they would need to have all sorts of levels of college readiness and experience with students there. Oh, this is not the correct version, actually. This has been deleted. The board's procedure shall include a mechanism. So this is not the correct version. I'm sorry. But the portion, the board's procedure shall include a mechanism, we have taken that out. There will be no deviation from the policy. And then the rest of it was the delegation. So there should be the correct version in your workspace.
It is.
Okay.
There's a strike through there.
Okay. So if we could bring up the version, if you've got it, that has the, it's in the strike through, and I think also Terry put it in the official form that it will appear.
Just say I love the new format. It works so much better.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And for those of you who have not logged on to our virtual space, please do. There it is. And this is where you can ask us questions, work on these policies, and have your say. All right, perfect. So there we are with the official version, and as you'll note, it has the purpose, the scope, the policy, and all of that substance is pretty much what I went over, except as I noted, there will be no mechanism for deviation. Those qualifications will be set in stone and will be put into the job description and the job search. Are there questions? All right, hearing none. Chair Damaris?
Yes, Regent Flesher, can you call for the motion?
I would call for a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve all revisions to the KCTCS Board of Regents Policy 1.5 Administrative Structure of the Kentucky Community and Technical College System.
So move, Brianna Witten.
All right, we will call roll call vote. Chair Damaris?
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Allen?
Yes.
Regent Gallagher?
Yes.
Regent Girdler has had to leave. Regent Green?
Yes.
Regent Herding?
Yes.
Regent Jackson?
Yes.
Regent Schaus?
Yes.
And Regent Witten?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is another Board of Regents policy. This one, 2.11, compensation of non-banded employees at the executive level. Pam, once again, I'm going to ask you to give us the update on the new verbiage.
Okay, so in reviewing the board policies, it kind of came to our attention that there is a group of employees that the board does not really approve or see their compensation. Now, you have seen it in the internal audit. It is open record, so certainly it is information that is out there. However, you have not actually approved that compensation. And that is what I would call just kind of a donut hole in your compensation, salary and compensation authority. Basically, these individuals are non-banded individuals. They have banded out of the officially approved salary schedule, and that would be me and any of the president's cabinet and any of the president's leadership team. It does not include Dr. Zarapata because that particular contract is negotiated when he's hired, and it is renegotiated as you do the evaluation, et cetera. So you have voted on that. So this is a policy 2.11 that would actually require the board to create an executive level compensation scheme that would permit you to give a range just like you do for the minimum market and maximum for all other employees. It would also do that for executive level employees. It would also allow you to vote on what are permissible allowances. But it would not hamstring the president during the year in providing raises, et cetera, for presidents or his leadership team, because you would have a salary band just like anyone else. So they would no longer be banded, non-banded. They would be under the executive compensation schedule that you supply.
Thank you, General Counsel, for that update. I'd like to just note for the board that, you know, a lot of times what you're going to see is activities that are going on with our internal audit team will raise to the conscience some donut holes, as you called it, or opportunities for us to improve. So you all asked for, as part of the internal audit, examination of the compensation for folks in this unbanded category. And through that exercise, it was discovered that they are, in fact, unbanded and therefore have kind of been sort of outside the purview of our statutory requirements relative to compensation. So this policy is new in that it plugs a hole that is there. And I think that as we continue to go through some of the internal audit exercises, we're going to see more items like this that will result in fixing some issues that may have been lingering from the past. So I did want to kind of dovetail that for you all so that you understood where this was coming from.
Are there any questions about this policy? And I would note before we take the vote that it does, oh, I'm sorry, Patsy.
That's okay. When you, I don't know how to best ask this, Pam, does this include always things like stipends or bonuses for executive level? Is that part of what would be included here? Like there would be a process by which those could be awarded, or is that pretty much up to Dr. Zarapata?
Well, that is what you would kind of concomitant with this policy. You will need to come up with an executive level salary schedule, and also it would list permissible allowances. We don't typically do bonuses and that sort of award, but we do have other types of allowances because cabinet level employees and presidents have to travel often at the drop of a hat. There are car allowances, and they are not permitted to use fleet cars. So there are various items such as that that would be included in that, but typically we don't do bonuses or stipends. There might be some overloads, but I would say that based on your policy and then the procedure that is developed with help from human resources, that you would put parameters on what is allowable, what is not allowable, and like with anything, overloads are supposed to be reviewed annually.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it sounds like going forward, we're going to have a much more solidified process. I've been with the system almost 30 years and I've watched a whole lot transpire. So I think it's a really good idea that sort of all the cards be on the table, especially when we're talking about changing compensation for employees and really bonusing employees, every now and then. So I just think all that probably needs to be more on the table. I appreciate the opportunity to make it so.
Thank you.
And I just have a couple of comments. Pam did post this in our Teams workspace. I guess I was the only one that made a comment on it, but I assumed that it made more sense to everybody else than it did me. I'm always the slow one in the room. That's okay. But it is listed there on Teams. And then I wanted to refer you back, Patsy, to the Dean and Dorton report, the internal audit report on page 5. It does list those salary, executive allowances, and car allowances, et cetera, other benefits. So if you needed to refer to that, I think it's...
Yeah, I reviewed that. I appreciate
in the sunlight. It's out now. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we had all of the different titles of what could be an allowance out there, I guess is what I'm saying, because sometimes I may, in the past, have thought, well, I didn't realize they got this particular allowance, or I didn't know there was that particular allowance. So I just wanted to make sure that all of the categories of what could be allowed has been stipulated, as we move forward. So I just appreciate that. Thank you, Wendy.
And to clarify further, Pam, there was some discussion about this whole total compensation thing a couple of years ago now. So I just wanted to make sure executive allowances are to cover things that would not be reimbursable otherwise, right? So like you said, you have to travel at the drop of a hat. You're not coming back to the office and turning in mileage, right?
No, if you receive a car allowance, you do not turn in mileage, and you cannot use a fleet car.
Okay, so I was just to further clarify in case that was a question.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I'd like to point out again, it was September 2019 when we talked about this, that the president still does not have an executive allowance, and from his team, there's only one other person, president of Maysville, in a similar situation. So I'm not asking for an action, I'm just pointing that out.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, I'm going to ask Regent Fletcher to make the motion, please.
I make a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the new KCTCS Board of Regents Policy 2.11, compensation of non-banded employees, executive level compensation.
Do we have a second? Okay, Regent Green, can we call for a vote, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
excuse me, Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
The next action item is KCTCS interim project approval scope increase, ECTC, student center renovation. I'd like to call on Vice President Followell to present this item, please.
We are asking the board to approve a scope increase. Wednesday, week ago, November 23rd, they opened the bids for this particular project. We had 12 bids, all of them significantly over the scope of the building at $4.3 million. This project has significant community support. Well over $2+ million of it has been privately raised to support it. And the closest scope that we got was $700,000+. So we rounded off to an even $800,000 to ask for the scope to be increased. This would have to be reported
to the Legislative Capital Construction Bond Oversight Committee. Does not have to go back to CPE since they've already approved the project. But it does require this board to approve the scope increase in order to forward it to the Legislative Research Commission for Capital Construction Bond Oversight Committee.
Are there any questions?
I need to play devil's advocate. So what would prevent a group of contractors all getting together and saying, okay, we're going to all overbid this project by $500,000? Good luck to whichever one of us wins it. Like, at what point do we say we're not going to increase the scope and they have to go back to the drawing board and get back within budget?
I can't answer that other than to tell you that that happened on the road construction in the 80s.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Can't remember the gentleman's first name, but Hamilton got some time out of that, out of Nelson County, with regard to setting the bids. I can tell you with regard to this project, particularly in Elizabethtown, Hardin County, with the Blue Oval battery factory coming in, the expectation is, and with supply chain, with labor markets and things as they are, that it's not in the foreseeable future that the price is going to come down. In fact, likely for that area and that region to see anything but increases. So this is an opportunity to lock that contract in, assuming that you all approve and we are able to take it to the Legislative Oversight Bond and Oversight Committee.
And Wendell, in this contract, so if we approve this, there is, I assume, some clause that as the supply chain continues to drive prices and materials up, that the GC or the sub
Right,
increase.
They would be held to that, and or if this price change, we might just have to go back out for a bid if we can't get this locked back in. But as I say, in our discussions with the Division of Engineering and Contract Administration of the Finance Cabinet, they don't see anything going down, particularly because of the battery factory Blue Oval things coming in, likely to be much more competitive.
So I will say this. I spent 3 days this week in a affordable housing development conference. You still have lumber disruption, you still have steel, you still have plastic. Good luck getting cabinets for your home if you're building a new home. And then inflation was up 5%, I think, from October to November. So all these costs that you're seeing here, these cost increases, are across the board in construction. And so if we don't do it now, it's probably going to be more expensive, I would think, in the near future, because there's no let up in sight. But as long as you have the clause in there where the GCs or the subs eat any additional increases, then we should be okay.
Thank you, Regent Allen. Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to call for someone to make, actually, I'll just make the motion and then call for a second, that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the new
renovation.
Okay, a little bit of a typo here in front of me, that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the renovation amount as requested.
Second.
Can we call for the vote, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous and carries.
Thank you. The next item is action regarding some new programs. I'm going to ask Regent Stevens to introduce this item.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Williams will introduce that with Dr. Cindy Kelly, and one of them is in the aviation program, the other is the diesel program. Cindy, before you get up here, how's the brewery coming along in Madisonville? Okay, well, we're going to fly and brew at the same time in Madisonville. Thank you.
So while Dr. Kelly's walking up, let me just say that I am taking every opportunity to congratulate her Chief Academic Officer. Dr. Scott Cook is here, who becomes the president of, I'm going to get it wrong, Dyersburg State Community College in Dyersburg, Tennessee on January 4th. So we'll miss him, but congratulations. I'm sorry, I took point of privilege away from you, but there you go.
I'm not speaking.
Yeah, Dr. Kelly won't introduce him, so I will. So Dr. Kelly is here to introduce two programs, and she may potentially make history depending on what you do with the next policy change. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Does it matter which order I go, Dr. Williams?
It is, your first one is aviation.
Aviation, okay. Well, we are happy to be here with you today. I do have in the room with me our provost, Scott Cook, soon to be President Scott Cook, and the director of our aviation programs at Madisonville Community College, Mr. Todd Smith. So they are the brains, and we may be asking them questions if you have any. We've all heard about the need for pilots in our region, across the country, and also across the world. And with that need of pilots, we also have need for aviation mechanics. In the next 10 to 15 years, Boeing is saying that they are going to need over 190,000 airplane, helicopter, aviation type mechanics just in the United States. And when you get into Europe and the Asian countries, that number grows. All facets of aviation industry is growing here in Kentucky, and we've been reading about that in the newspapers. MCC is the first college in the system to have flight programs, and we have just started our fixed wing and rotorcraft flight programs. We now want to complement those programs with aviation mechanics. And aviation mechanics can go in a lot of directions, not only to work on helicopters and airplanes, but there's many other industries, even industries like agriculture, that can use the skills and the talents that come from these types of training programs. The program content of our aviation mechanics program is unique in that the students can do the didactic part of the program online, and then we will be offering the lab part, the hands-on learning part, at the Madisonville Municipal Airport, where we have assets such as fixed-wing planes and rotorcraft. Wages for positions such as these begin at around $60,000 and go up from there. The state growth projection for the need for aviation mechanics in the next 10 or so years, about 11%, and nationally, it's between 5 and 7%. So we do see it growing. At the college, we are building the program so that the students can not only learn didactically, but they can observe and take part in live mechanic types of duties with assets we have on the ground, but also with other types of equipment that we will be bringing in for the program. Once the program is started, we will sustain it through tuition dollars. We will also seek grants and donations to help obtain more equipment as we go on through the program. The program does complement our flight programs. It also strengthens our partnerships with entities such as GE Aviation that is in our area, the City of Madisonville, the County of Muhlenberg, and our local municipal airports. So it's a program for us that is exciting. We are making it, as I said earlier, as a complement to our fixed wing and rotorcraft programs. We have non-manned flight as well. So we will have a variety of places in the aviation industry our students can learn and go out and make good waged jobs. So that's that program. If you have any questions for us.
We have one question.
Yes, ma'am. See that gentleman right there? He'll talk to you as soon as we're finished.
Uh-oh, I see a student changing her major. Thank you very much.
Unintentional consequences, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, and if there are no questions, I'll ask Regent Stevens to make the motion.
That the Board of Regents approve Associate Applied Science in Aviation Maintenance Technology, a diploma in airframe and power plant mechanical technology, and certified in airframe maintenance technology, technical power plant maintenance, technical and aviation electronics from Madison Community College to be implemented in the fall of 2022.
And a second?
Second, Brianna Whitten.
Thank you. And we'll call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Former United States Air Force Captain Allen votes yes.
Yay. Yay. Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, don't go anywhere. You got another one.
Yes.
And very quickly, can I ask, just as a point of, to understand, how long did it take you to do the work to put that program together?
Which one?
That one?
This one, we have been working on it for about 2.5 years. But when we have been working on this aviation, what our community wants to call an aviation area of excellence. We've been working on that with the fixed wing rotorcraft. It's been for almost 4.5 years now. We've been building these programs and trying to bring everything together to have a comprehensive aviation center. So we're trying to put a lot of thought into it. It's taken us a while, but we think on the other end, it's really going to be good.
Persistence is going to really pay off. Thank
Oh, I
you for
hope
your
so.
efforts.
And I would commend President Kelly is of not only the local, but the state got involved in this. The aviation, the state is, and man, they've had to do a lot of work on hangars and rebid stuff and this and that is, but it's going to be a great program. And I want to thank you for it.
We hope so. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hear about diesel technology.
Yes, ma'am. We are beginning a diesel mechanics program. And again, I'm sure that you've heard about the need for CDL drivers, trucks on the roads. Well, as we get more trucks on the road, guess what we need? We need people to take care of those trucks. So we are starting at the request of one of our local governments, a diesel mechanics program. And when we look at diesel mechanics programs in the state of Kentucky, we are looking at a starting salary of $43,000 a year. Nationally, that goes up to about $48,000 to $49,000 a year starting. The state growth projections by 2026 is about 9%. The national growth projections, that same time, about 4%. So we do know we need mechanics. We've had folks in our area telling us we need mechanics, diesel mechanics. And you go beyond just looking at CDL, looking at semi-trucks. Again, we're looking at agricultural machinery, which we have a lot of agricultural work going on in our area. We even look at it in our industries, in our factories and plants. So we think that it is a program that will be well received, and we have students waiting for this program to begin, actually. I do want to take point of privilege just to talk a little bit about this program because it is unique. Like the eastern part of the state, currently the western part of the state is seeing a huge decline in our coal mining. We are probably 3, 4, 5 years behind what the east has experienced. And what is happening with this program is we were approached by Webster County government and Webster County economic development folks, and they've said, you know, we need to do something. We have all these coal mine facilities, and we want to see what ideas you have, how we might be able to use one of these facilities. So we worked with Webster County for about 1.5 years. We worked with them in the Green River Development District to procure some grant money. And the county of Webster has purchased the old Dotiki mine site, which is a facility that had been very recently, before Dotiki mine closed, renovated. So we have a beautiful space, and we are building a training center to bring people regionally in for training. We received a grant in, what was about 2 years ago now, to bring linemen there. We have lineman program there. We have a CDL program there. And we just recently received a $1.2 million Department of Labor grant to bring diesel mechanics there, because Department of Labor is seeing what we're doing to try to build a training facility. So for 3 years, our personnel costs will be paid, but also this $1.2 million will pay for all equipment we need to start the diesel mechanics program. And we feel very fortunate, and I have wonderful grant writers at Madisonville Community College. So that is the program. We have students also waiting for it to get started up, and we're looking forward to getting it moved and getting it going. So that is it in a nutshell. I do have online on Teams Mr. Mike Davenport, who is our Director for Workforce Development at MCC. If you have any specific questions, he is with us. And he was going to be here today, but unfortunately he had a family member who has tested positive for the coronavirus, so he is quarantined. So if you have any questions, we will take them.
Are there any questions from the board? I commend you for the excellence in business and industry and local government partnership. That is what we need to see more and more of across the state. People getting together to make things happen so we can get folks trained and back to work. So thank you so much. If there are no questions, could I ask Regent Stevens to make the motion?
Yes, and this is a long one, and that is that the Board of Regents approve an Associate Applied Science in Diesel Technology with tracks in Ag Technology, Construction Equipment Technology, Medium and Heavy Truck Technology diplomas, and Agriculture Equipment Technology, Construction Equipment Technology, Medium and Heavy Technology, also certifications in Ag Equipment, mechanical helpers, construction helpers, electrical helpers, diesel engine mechanics, diesel mechanics assistants, diesel steering and suspension mechanics, fluid power mechanics, heavy-duty brake mechanics, heavy-duty train mechanics, medium and heavy-duty train helpers, mobile air conditioning mechanics, preventive maintenance and undercarriage mechanics for the Madisonville Community College be implemented in the fall of 2022.
Breathe. You can breathe. Excellent motion, Regent Stevens. Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Regent Herdink, call for the vote, please.
Chair Damaris?
Yes, absolutely.
Vice Chair Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Allen?
Yes.
Regent Gallagher?
Yes.
Regent Green?
Yes.
Regent Herdink?
Yes.
Regent Jackson?
Yes.
Regent Schaus?
Yes.
Regent Whitten?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
And Dr. Kelly, before you leave, I told some of the people, I think the last meeting, I was really surprised that Warrior Coal, which is an Alliance Coal, is the only coal company in Hopkins County, and they cannot find enough employees, and the average wage is $35 an hour. Who wants to work underground for $35 an hour? But they're constantly advertising on the news media that they need at least 60 to 100 employees immediately, and they cannot find them, is what I'm saying.
It is difficult for them to find employees right now. We have two of the larger operations is Riverview and Warrior. They are having trouble. People are not wanting to go underground as much, but also they're not sure about where the industry is going. So they're turning to us. We've had many of these people go through the lineman program and the CDO program. We even have had a few come into our nursing program for retraining.
Thank you. The next item I'd like to call upon Dr. Williams to present, and this is a new policy, or actually a policy revision on Board of Regents Policy 4.11.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. At the request of the board, looking for efficiencies, we looked at policy 4.11, which is the program approval policy. The proposed revision expedites program approval by authorizing the KCTCS president to approve college requests to add programs of study currently in the KCTCS catalog without taking the approval before the Board of Regents and still following council on post-secondary education requirements, similar to the work already being done with certificates and diplomas, but does provide for the approval of programs new to the KCTCS catalog by the Board of Regents. Those would be programs you have approved in the last couple of years, like prosthetics, the brewery, distillery science, those kinds of things. We worked through CPE. They are in favor of it. It's not a SACS concern as long as we have a policy and are following that policy. And given that, we recommend approval. It has been in the portal for board review and so can be approved at this meeting.
I just want to say this is the best news for us, for our colleges, for all the folks who put in hours and hours and hours of effort to pull together descriptions and do surveys and all of the work that they do. This is, you know, to Regent Fletcher's earlier comments from a couple of meetings ago, this is efficiency in action and at its best. So.
If I may just add, they do still have to complete the CPE program proposal form. That will still be in your board materials. They do still have to submit a prospectus for accreditation to SACS COC, but this does take one whole layer out of the process.
Out of the process, yeah, yeah. And that's important because, you know, we only meet 4 times a year, so we certainly don't want to hold up a college from being able to move forward with getting their program off the ground, so. Thank you very much for all the work. I know, Dr. Williams, you had to put quite a bit of effort yourself into composing the documents and sending them to CPE.
Yeah, I also would like to reiterate that the amount of work that had to go in that, it was like War and Peace that came over. It was so much so that Aaron had to move it over to someone else on his staff to figure it out.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the proposed revision to KCTCS Board of Regents Policy 4.11 on program approval.
I thought for sure you'd let me do that, but okay.
Oh.
So I will give you the second.
Give me a second. All right, we're getting a second from Regent Fletcher. Please call for the vote.
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Witten.
Yes, with a note, as a faculty member, I totally appreciate this, Dr. Williams. Thank you very much. She's written these. The amount of work that goes into these is, and the people involved, I think most folks don't realize that, but I appreciate it.
Wonderful.
All right, the motion carries.
Unanimous, right? All right.
Yes.
The rest of our agenda are all update items. And so it's 3:46 p.m. All of your action, except for adjourning the meeting, is done at this point. I would like to take about a 5-minute bio break. It was suggested by the gentleman on my right here that we do that. Let's do that, and then we'll come back for some updates on multiple topics. Thank you. Back from break. So the good news, all the action items have been addressed. The good news, lots of update items for us to discuss. One of the things I'd like to propose, because there are in fact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, keep counting, 7, 8 different update items to go through. And of course, all of them are in your materials. So I'm going to ask the board if you could help me with any of them that you feel strongly you'd like to discuss. I have 2 or 3 on my list, but I'd like to hear from you all. And if we could, and if we need to discuss all 8 of them, that's okay. But in the effort to perhaps get you on the road and get home, if there's a couple that the board is comfortable just going with the materials as presented, we'll certainly just go with that. So the first one was accreditation. Is there anyone who would like to have Dr. Williams expound upon what's in the materials? Yes, so we do have one there. Procedures for evaluation of the president. I got that one. I do want to talk about that. Procedures for the KCTCS faculty staff election. Okay.
I think that's a no, Joe.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to say, thank you, Joe. We're going to say review your materials and certainly post any questions or comments. They're in the Teams, so you can go in there and post questions or comments. The legislative session probably should do.
I can do it very quickly.
All right, Paul, you are the man. Paul can do that fast. Mandatory vaccine.
Very quickly, I will just say that there is a stay on the action at the federal court level, Supreme Court level. So the Biden administration's mandates through OSHA have been repealed for now, or are on hold for now. So, General Counsel, what would you like to say?
That's correct. There are a variety of issues right now. One is an enjoinder, so to speak, from the Fifth Circuit. One is Judge Tadenhove from the Eastern District of Kentucky, Federal District, provided a stay on the federal contractors and subcontractors. So OSHA ETS is Fifth Circuit, that Eastern District is the subcontractors, and then there is also a Fifth Circuit stay on the Medicaid services one as well.
So Medicare and Medicaid service providers are no longer required to do mask mandates of their staffs or of their employees.
Great. Thank you for the updates. So we're done with that one. KCTCS strategic planning. I think Chris does have some updates. It's important that she gets some feedback from this board because we won't be back together again till March. Learner success and workforce development. Are we good with the materials? Okay. And then administrative services. Are we good with the materials?
Look at the materials. Look at the materials. That's the only thing I'm going to say. For the third time, look at the material.
Yep. Thank you.
Because there's a lot of good information in there, not only of the federal money, but the default rate stuff. You need to really look at the material. Thank you.
And you need to understand it. And if you don't, please forward questions so that they can be answered. Okay, so based on that quick run through, we'll start with accreditation.
Thank you very much. During the September 2021 board meeting, the Regents requested information on any efficiencies possible if the 16 colleges merged into one singly accredited institution. A written report is shared in your meeting materials, so I'm going to try and add a little bit to that. Accreditation of an institution does provide assurances to the student and employer of the quality and integrity of the education provided. The U.S. Department of Education uses the outcomes of accreditation to authorize the awarding of federal financial aid to a college or university, and it also allows the transfer of credits between accredited institutions. So if a college loses accreditation, it is effectively shut down and no longer exists as an institution. The 16 KCTCS colleges are individually accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, SACCOC. While new federal laws allow institutions to go outside what used to be regional accreditors to any of the 4 accrediting agencies, SACCOC is a known and respected accrediting organization. Its principles of accreditation are broadly accepted, and there is strong institutional knowledge across the system about its processes. Many college personnel serve in SACCOC reviewer and leadership roles, and in fact, Dr. Kelly serves as a board member. There can be benefits to these mergers, often falling into 2 categories. The first is cost savings and efficiencies of scale. Research into successful mergers, and there are 2 research papers listed in your white paper, found any cost savings came primarily from the elimination of administrator positions and leveraging of scale, including moving to single technology systems and to efficiencies through shared services. Colleges also merge curriculum. KCTCS realized many of these savings and efficiencies as it merged the 13 community colleges from the University of Kentucky Community College system and the 15 technical institutions from the Kentucky Workforce Development Cabinet into one system. We have single technology systems across our colleges, provide shared services, and share curriculum. And certainly the Board of Regents policy supports the KCTCS president in developing further efficiencies. Pam has mentioned before that because there are differences in approach to policy and practice across the 16 colleges, risks from variances may be minimized through a single college approach. The current governance structure again supports the KCTCS president in review of management of these risks, and the board is taking on the policy opportunities in that. There are also fiscal and opportunity costs to consider in a merger. 2 of the strongest are that mergers are very disruptive. They take the focus away from the institution's mission and students. There may be rapid changes in leadership, faculty, and staff, and loss of institutional knowledge due to concerns about the change in position security. And legislative pushback and a loss of political capital may occur with the merger, including loss of identity and connection to the local college, which could impact state support. Each college carries the culture of its community, and that could be lost. To the board's request, if KCTCS became a singly accredited institution, 16 institutions would merge into one college. The system would exist as the administrative framework for that one college. Current colleges would become off-campus instructional sites or branch campuses, and the system would manage shared systems and institutional governance. 3 entities would have a role in this process. SACCOC does accredit mergers of multiple institutions into one institution. There's an extensive process for the change in the development of a prospectus, which documents the new merged organization's processes, followed by site visits by reviewers, and the merger would require approval from the SACCOC Board of Trustees. The Kentucky Council on Post-Secondary Education does not have a decision-making role, but it would be asked to review all merger plans and make recommendations to the governor's office on the desired plan. KRS 164.591 states that the General Assembly must approve new community colleges, and certainly legislators would become involved in any merger discussions or processes. So it's possible, but the board should consider carefully the ramifications of any such decision. And with that, I am happy to answer questions or take questions to answer later.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Are there questions?
I appreciated the references that you gave us. I did want to ask if you were familiar with a study done by the Pell Institute from 2017 that looked at, I hope I don't lose this here, centralization, like in a single system versus the system like what we have now. And it was interesting to me as I read that the findings of that study showed that there was really no negative impact on things like state appropriations or students' abilities to get merit or need-based aid. But it did show that centralization decreased need-based aid and FTEs by about $175 per, compared to leaving the governance kind of scattered. So I do see I did read through the material that you gave. I do take a little bit of exception with the idea that it has to be all or none. And I kind of was most disjointed by, I think, the idea that the colleges would lose their local identity if they were all KCTCS and not their individual, especially things like the conversation about signage would have to be changed and all that. I don't really think in those terms when I think about the centralization of the system or the governance of the system, because I don't think that would really have to happen. I think Madisonville could still be Madisonville. I think MCTC could still be MCTC. They would all just be under this larger umbrella.
I would
You're
love
saying
to,
no?
I would love to see the study because I didn't find that one, and I'd be happy to incorporate that into information in terms of the positive things.
Okay.
But if KCTCS became a singly accredited institution, every college loses its name, and it loses a campus. It would be the Madisonville campus of the Kentucky Community and Technical College. It would be the Maysville campus of Kentucky Community and Technical College. And I will tell you, as a person, who I didn't go through the merger. There are folks here who did and can speak to that. But 20 years later, as president in Henderson, I had people coming up to me and saying, I'm not coming to Henderson Community College because you no longer give a UK graduation certificate. I'm not interested in it because it's not part of UK. Even though it was Henderson Community College, it was called the Henderson campus of UK, when it was part of that system. So there is kind of a loss. It's like if a community college starts giving bachelor's degrees, it loses its name and changes it. It may still have the front of the name. Santa Fe Community College, where I worked, became Santa Fe College as it gave bachelor's degrees because it just changed in status. And so I can go back to SAC-COC or any of the other regionals and ask about the maintenance of the name, but I believe it gets lost in the translation. Now, there's certainly things that as a system we could do. The board has control over policy, the president has control over presidents. Without changing the accreditation, there are many efficiencies I think that the board sees and is working on. But becoming singly accredited would change the culture of the community.
And then what about cost in general? So how much does a SACS accreditation visit per college run? I mean, I found the fee schedule. It didn't look like it was horrible, but it certainly, if you multiply that by 16, doesn't look cheap.
For a merger visit, it would be $5,000 a campus, so $80,000, plus $2,000 administrative cost, plus the cost of the travel committee to travel around and research the campuses. Each campus pays a fee. They pay an annual membership fee, which happens in any regional accrediting agency. Then the campus pays for the largest fee, which includes visits, and I honestly don't remember what it is for a one campus fee, but they pay that at the 10-year mark. And you probably have the fee schedule in front of you, but it's somewhere between $2,000 and $5,000. And I believe it may be part of FTE, but I can't swear to it. It's been a while since I had to pay for one of those visits. And then you pay the travel costs for the folks who come. That happens when you do every 10 years. There's a 5-year report. There's an administrative charge, but no visit unless there's been substantial change in the number of locations. And you pay $500 every time there's a sub-change, which means Madisonville just paid $1,000 to approve its 2 new programs.
Thank you.
And the signage cost is because the institutions cannot keep their names, and you have to name them as the new institution, whatever that's called. And I don't know what that would be, 73 locations, some number of signs. But that's, I think if this board chooses to go forward, I think it would be useful to take 6 months or whatever Some states have NCHEMs come in. The state of New Hampshire just had them come in and kind of look at merging their universities and community colleges. The state of Connecticut is trying to merge their community colleges. They've been working on it for about 4 years, but they started with individual institutions, not with the shared curriculum and things we already have in process. Should the board be interested, I would suggest we do a lot more research. I looked at some things, found out the authorizing agencies, but there's a lot of other opportunities to review.
And I will say on our college tours that Lisa and I got all sorts of pushback on this.
Yeah, I mean, there were folks who obviously knew it was part of our discussion at the board level and expressed. A lot of it came from, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting, the individuality, the personality of the community college within its local region and its local community. I will say that from not so much accreditation perspective, but from a foundation perspective, there is a deeply, deeply seated feeling that foundations need to be associated with the college, with a local community, and local communities give to their local colleges. So that came out very clear. That's a separate topic from accreditation, but that flavor I just wanted you guys to know is out there as well.
Well, and I agree with her in that if we're going to go forward with some of these policies that would clean up some of the inefficiencies that we're dealing with, I'm all for that. That was the crux of this whole conversation was what are the pros and cons of going to a single system versus, to get rid of those inefficiencies. So if there's another way to get there, I'm happy to talk about that.
And I think that's great because I think we are on that road. Absolutely. Appreciate all the analysis. Do encourage folks to read the materials in depth, the articles in depth that were mentioned. And Regent Fletcher, if you wouldn't mind forwarding the other article to Dr. Williams so that she has that as well. And once you read it, if you feel that you'd like to attach it, that would be fine.
Sure.
As well.
Thanks very much.
And I think this would fit perfectly into the next strategic plan on how we're going to tackle these things and what we can identify to tackle for these efficiencies.
Alicia will be in a minute when we get to the strategic planning portion. Well, not all the surveys are in, so she's going to kind of run through it and then send you all, we'll send by email a final because they got 154 more responses today. So the part that's already in your materials is already outdated. But the colleges are speaking to the desire for efficiencies and things that are more similar to. The admissions process, for example, is we use one form, but the process itself is really different at each college. And, they're behind looking at those things also. So I think there's a lot of appetite to really look at policy process and procedure, but more under the guise of our current system than under a mandate by being one system.
Right. But I'm also happy to hear there's alignment there because we've got alignment at the board level, at the president, assistant president, and college president's level. And if we're hearing it from the ground up, that's screaming loud and clear that everybody's interested in becoming more efficient and effective, obviously to the benefit of our students. Thank you. The next item was procedures for evaluation of the KCTCS president. I'd like to ask Hannah to briefly describe the procedures. There's a couple reasons why we're going through this. She'll talk about why, and then I have some additional information to share.
Sure, thank you. So the procedures in front of you were last looked at in 2019, and they state within the procedures themselves that they should be reviewed every 3 years. That's why we're bringing them forward to you now for review. As you know, the president is evaluated on an annual cycle. He presented his goals and objectives in September, and you will receive you will evaluate him in June of this year for his first evaluation as president. I'm not going to read these procedures to you, but you can see that they do specify the performance review period, the approval of goals and objectives, which I stated has already been done. There will be evaluation form created
It does also specify that Dr. Zarapata or whomever the president would be has a opportunity to respond and make any appeal, I guess, to what the board may find in their evaluation. It also says that the board may, on a periodic basis, opt to receive external input. That means that if the chair or the board so desired, they could seek kind of a 360 review, I guess, and get external input to aid them in their evaluation of the president. So that's it for now, or that's it in looking at the procedures for you, but just as an information item, if you have any changes you wish to see in this, we are happy to hear them, and we can edit those in the procedures and bring them back at the March meeting for approval. And of course, we would then look at them again in a 3-year basis, but they are open at this time for any changes or edits if you so wish.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Hannah Rivera. Appreciate that. One of the things that's become very apparent to me with the addition of many new members to this board is that almost half of you have not gone through this process of reviewing the president. So I think that there's a tremendous amount of importance on this particular process. We manage one employee. This was one of the most important duties we have as a Board of Regents, is to evaluate that one employee. We also have a new employee in this role, not new to KCTCS, but new to the role. So in that spirit, I'm going to ask the board to engage in a special meeting that will be called in January. It will be called to discuss the current evaluation process and also to discuss how we feel the current president is doing. It is very common within KCTCS and within many businesses and industries that about a mid-year review is done for employees. Doesn't necessarily have to be a written review. Typically, it's more of a verbal discussion about how somebody's doing and what things are going great and what things need to be improved. That's the type of discussion that I would like to have as a board, is basically to give Paul an opportunity about 6 months into his tenure to correct any actions or perform any duties that we'd like to see that are different from what he's doing right now, and also to affirm all the things that we think he's doing well. It really gives, for his benefit, an opportunity as a mid-year check-in. It also gives to the Board of Regents, half of which are new, the opportunity to go through the process one time in sort of a draft mode prior to going into the more formal review process. So Dr. Zarapata is aware of this. He knew. We talked about it before this meeting.
I know nothing of what you speak.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, I know he's not hearing this for the first time. He had a heads up on this. And I believe, I don't want to state your words, but what were your words to me? You said?
No, I welcome it. I do. I mean, if I don't know, I'd rather hear it now than in June when I'm being reviewed. So. Right.
So he definitely welcomes the feedback, which I think is great. The other thing that we are going to do, this board in the past has not exercised the option to invite external input, but I fully intend that we will in this next review period. So what does that mean? External to this board. So we will be inviting input from various sources, could be from folks that work for Paul, could be from presidents, could be from cabinet, could be from folks that Paul works with outside of KCTCS. For example, the CPE president is a person that he works with quite a bit. All right, any questions on that? Awesome, thank you. Paul, you said you were going to talk for Brian.
I am indeed.
He's here.
Oh, is he here?
Hi, Brian.
Brian, how fast can you go over this? It's pretty self-explanatory. We walked Senator McDaniel through this yesterday over at his place. There's a CPE portion of this that we're a part of in the ask. And then there's the healthcare initiative, which Wendell mentioned earlier, which we would get half of. And then there's an ask for additional trains funding, which is basically a split where the business puts in some money and we put the rest of the money in for training. Brian, go ahead and you can talk about some of the other things, maybe the waivers.
Yep, so we have a couple other requests that are outside of the budget. So one, we've been working with Kia over the past year or so on a merger of the Work Ready Dual Credit Scholarship into the Dual Credit Scholarship. So right now there's 2 scholarships out there for high school dual credit students. It's quite confusing. It's a pain to manage. So we are working to get those merged into to roll the Work Ready portion into the Dual Credit Scholarship. Kia would then have 2 separate pots, one for dual credit high school students, one for adults in the Work Ready Scholarship. So this be much neater. As part of that, we're asking to raise the amount of tuition we can charge for dual credit. And this applies to all institutions, not just KCTCS. But in statute right now, we can charge 1/3 of the KTCS tuition rate. As I understand it, when they came up with these scholarships, the idea was that the state would pay 1/3, the institutions would pay 1/3, and students would pay 1/3. That's never happened. So it's the state and the institutions that are paying for the dual credit. So this push to 50% of our tuition rate would really just reflect the reality of what's happening. So we're hopeful. That is in statute. For those that are paying real close attention, current budget language does have that tuition rate at 40%. So we got a small increase a couple years ago in the budget language. That's temporary. So if they didn't do anything this coming session, that would revert back to the 1/3 rate that's in statute on July 1 of next year. So we're trying to get that changed to 50% in statute and be done with it permanently. That's the big change with the dual credit scholarships that we're asking for. There's a few other things in there that are on the one pager that you all have. I think I also gave you a copy of the bill that's been pre-filed by Chair Tipton in the House. So we've been meeting with some senators with Kia, and it's been well received so far. So hopefully we can get this done this session and move on to other priorities. So another priority that came up again about a year ago, and we've been talking about it since, is something that we tried back in 2018 to push a little bit. It's the tuition waivers. So there are 12 state mandated tuition waivers that are out there right now. These apply to a wide range of populations, but include foster and adopted youth, a bunch of first responders, some veterans. In any case, these are all dollar waivers. And by that, I mean, if you qualify for one of these scholarships, the post-secondary institution you attend waives 100% of your tuition and fees, period. This is costing us about $4 million a year. So we are asking for the waivers to be amended and to have a FAFSA requirement added to the eligibility portion. So to qualify for the scholarships, you would have to apply for FAFSA or submit the FAFSA. That's the free student aid application at the federal level. This is what qualifies you for both state and federal aid. And then we would ask that they change the awards to be last dollar so that the institution would waive any remaining tuition and fee after any state or federal aid is applied. So from a student perspective, they would still get free tuition and fees, but from the institution standpoint, we would be able to collect primarily federal dollars in our case, because a lot of our students would probably qualify for Pell money. Right now, the way it works, if someone does qualify for one of these waivers and submits a FAFSA and qualifies for some aid, that aid passes through the institution and goes straight to the student. So that money is bypassing us. I think there's one waiver that might cause some heartburn for folks, and that's
it won't.
Foster and adopted.
I don't think so. McDaniel's got 2 foster kids and basically said that wasn't a problem at all.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So maybe not.
He was actually quite shocked that the requirement was not already in place for the.
Yep, this is a perfect example of where I think that just educating the members of the General Assembly on the issue is enough to get it done, because I don't think they're aware that these are all dollar scholarships that are out there, so, or waivers, not really scholarships. And we have one last thing, and that's the property conveyance language. This is something we've worked on for the last few sessions, and I'm hopeful that it'll get done this session as part of a red tape reduction initiative that's being put forth by all of post-secondary. But it would just allow our colleges to sell surplus property and retain some of the proceeds. So it's a small ask really, but one we've had some problems getting done over the past couple of years. So that's the very short version of what's happening with the legislature.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, sure. Any
Thank you.
questions?
No, I just would like Paul to mention, I believe you're sending this out to all faculty and staff, some information
Yeah,
about.
right ahead of the break. We've got a summary that Mary was so nice to put together along with Brian, and we'll get that out to everybody. I think it's important that all of our students, faculty, and staff understand what our legislative ask is, because a lot of them have good relationships with their locally elected officials.
And this will all really kick off about January 25th when the governor presents his budget proposal. That'll kick off the budget process. That gets filed the next day in the House as the budget bill. The House will then pass their version, then the Senate passes their version, and we won't really know what the budget is going to be until very close to April 15th, which is the final day of the session. So.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Appreciate it. The next update is strategic planning. Dr. Williams?
Thank you very much, Chair Damaris. Alicia Crouch, who is the Associate Vice President for Office for Research and Policy Analysis, will be joining me up here. We're going to give a very brief highlights on the current survey updates from the presidential tour. But the reason it was most important to be in front of you today is that we are essentially at the point of finalizing a mission, vision, values, major goals, and objectives to bring forward to you. The next work includes the refining on the president's side of the action plan, which are the specific strategies to move forward those objectives, and also to create the measurements, key performance indicators for these. And so if you can validate or affirm them, just not vote on them, but affirm them today, then we'll be able to move this work forward. I would hate to get to March and then have everybody say, oh, we don't like what you're doing, let's start all over and be ready by June. So Alicia's going to give you an introduction, again, just to the survey results, and then we'll go through the other items.
So as Dr. Williams mentioned, Dr. Zarapata has just wrapped up his all ears listening tour, and we do have some interim survey results to share with you today. In the interest of time, I do want to say that our survey is still out there right now. Hannah was kind enough to send an email to the presidents yesterday asking them to send out a reminder for folks to fill out the survey before it does close next Wednesday. And we have had another 125 responses since then. So thank you. So I will start with the results from the presidential listening tour here. So as of November 24th, we'd heard back from all but two of the colleges, and that is Bluegrass and Maysville. So we had 650, thank you. So we had 658 responses. As of this morning, we have moved up to 850 responses. So the main importance of this survey is to know that we are using this and taking that feedback and incorporating it into our strategic planning process as we move forward. And as we get these additional survey results, continuing to incorporate them. So I do want to quickly show you which ones we have, what updates we have made based on the additional 200 responses that we've received since you last saw this survey. So as more college folks have filled out the survey, we have seen a higher proportion of faculty responding to the survey and driving the survey results. So that has increased from 33% to 35%. And what we have seen in the changes to the biggest obstacles facing KCTCS is that as more faculty and staff from the colleges have responded, we've seen a bigger percent of faculty and staff saying that the biggest issue facing KCTCS is attracting and retaining the talented faculty and staff. So that has increased by about 4 percentage points since you last saw this. So we've also seen an increase in folks saying that alignment to both the needs of students as well as the needs of industry is the most important issue facing KCTCS. So we did ask for open-ended response questions in the survey, and we have been compiling those and looking for those broad priorities and themes that we see emerge from there. With the additional 200 responses that we have received, so these are those 4 questions, we analyzed them together because we found that in reviewing the responses, there was a lot of overlap that we saw between those 4 questions. So in reviewing the themes and priorities, most of them are the same as you saw at your board retreat. Do want to highlight a couple of things. We did add some sub-bullets here to the hiring, developing, and retaining faculty and staff, since that is the #1 issue that we are seeing as a result of these tours. Just wanted to highlight a couple of the things that faculty and staff are saying there, and that's increasing pay and flexibility, which you have heard about this morning, as well as engaging faculty and staff with professional development, decision-making authority, so that they have opportunities for internal advancement. So in addition to that, the other things that we did add, we added a sub-bullet on the enhancing collaboration and communication to really highlight the impact of the presidential listening tour. Folks responded really positively to the opportunity to speak directly to leadership and want to see those opportunities continue. And then finally, we added 2 more things. So one, we added effective before technology. So promoting effective technology innovation and flexibility in programming and supports. And then as Chair Damaris mentioned earlier, we are starting to see a theme in there of cutting ineffective programs and services. So that is my update, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate it.
And now I get to figure out how to make this thing turn, right? So the next part is to look at the mission, vision, and values. If I can get back there, there we go. We did send out a survey. The survey was completed in November. We had 1,365 responses, most of which came from students with 575 responses, then staff, and then faculty. We got very few responses after that date. And so the President's leadership team, led by the Delivery and Programs Action Team, took that feedback and drafted a new mission statement, chose a vision statement, and chose values. And I have some data here. In the interest of time, I'll go along, but if you have questions and I have answers, I'll be happy to tell them. I will say to our students' benefits that each of the colleges is also writing a strategic plan at this time, so they are writing their own college plan for the same dates as the KCTCS plan. And they are doing a number of student surveys. So this is the only survey of students that KCTCS is doing, but each college is also surveying students, and that information is coming back in to inform this plan. So you see the current mission statement. The draft mission statement is only slightly different. We did have a lot of good discussion in the PLT about whether the words "and its 16 colleges" should be added, since each college does also have its own mission statement. And then we tried to clarify the words "workforce readiness" by calling it "career readiness," and "workforce education and training" by adding "employment training." Otherwise, it's not incredibly different. It talks a little bit more about economic vitality. So again, you're not voting, but if you all would let us know how you feel about each of these statements, it would help us move forward.
Chancellor Williams, I'll just express one comment that I had, and again, kind of coming back to the experience of going to all of the colleges. We are all KCTCS, and one of the cultural issues that Paul did a great job of addressing, but it was one he had to address in each location, was the perception that this office here in Versailles is KCTCS, and it's separate and apart from each of the different colleges. And I think, so my concern is, by using the words KCTCS and its 16 colleges, just the way I read that, it promotes that separateness. So I guess I'm just questioning if there's a more inclusive way of saying KCTCS is its 16 colleges.
I wonder if we just said something like the mission of the 16 colleges at KCTCS.
Yeah. Maybe just, kind of doing a little bit of wordsmithing, and I don't want to take us down a wordsmithing path, but but I just was a little bit, raising that from my perspective of being out on the tours, just to make sure we don't use our words to promote separateness is the only comment I would have.
I agree with that. My one, I don't want to call it a pushback, but my one sort of reaction is if we say the colleges of KCTCS, it leaves out the system office, which has a role also. There's 17 entities here. And I think that's where we got stuck before. So I don't want to wordsmith either, but we can certainly maybe bring back a couple different versions, possibly to the Planning and Policy Committee for some input, rather than try and wordsmith it here.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the vision, current vision is sort of more nationally.
I had a comment on the mission also.
I'm sorry.
I had a comment on the mission also. So just something to consider. So I was a little surprised when I saw college and workforce readiness change to college and career readiness. And the reason I say that is because part of our branding, we use the term workforce. Last weekend at the UK-UL game, there's Be Real on the field with Dr. Zarapata. There's the workforce readiness scholarship ads throughout the stadium. So I just think from a branding perspective, workforce is kind of embedded in us. So I'm not saying you guys change. I would just ask you guys to think about that a little bit.
I appreciate it. The third bullet, workforce education and training, the presidents felt like that and workforce readiness were getting confused, and that's why they moved the one workforce to career. But I do see your point, particularly with the Work Ready Scholarship. So we can certainly take that back. Thank you.
Thanks.
On the vision, the faculty and staff leaned more towards the draft vision, primary provider of skilled talent. There's a slight amount of pushback from general education faculty, but in all, faculty understood and moved more towards that vision because they understood that skilled talent includes those with bachelor's degrees. It's not just people with associate's degrees. The presidents were primarily for the draft vision. There was a little bit of concern of a loss of the, sort of the national focus to the state focus, but the draft vision so far is winning out in the popularity contest. Also, it's very difficult to understand exactly how we describe ourselves as premier. how we document it in some way.
I like the state focus a lot.
Everybody else good with the state focus? Okay, thank you. The values, we took the current, this is hard to, sorry. We took the current values and the presidents added more values. All of the values were sent out. There were about 18 or 19 of them. Then they were given Likert scales, and then those were turned into numbers. So the draft values, quality and excellence, had the highest number of votes, essentially, if you're thinking about it as, I don't like it at all, to I really believe that this should be a value. Integrity was next, and we just essentially took the top 8 and then stopped where there was a gap between the next set of values.
Transparency get added. I love it, but how did that? Because I don't see it there on the left.
As I said, the presidents added some values.
Okay.
You notice we really have a lot more than 8 values because we have like 4 stuck into each set of values here. Yeah. But transparency did get added by, and I don't remember which president brought it up, but the presidents were in agreement.
Nice.
Any questions about any of that? Okay, well then you'll remember, we'll move on to the strategies, or excuse me, priority goal and objectives. You saw this slide at the retreat that we were looking to really only have 3 strategic goals with a couple of objectives underneath. So we weren't really going to, setting too many strategic goals. The action plan is again the action strategies that make those happen. The board approves the strategic plan and certainly can provide input into the action plan, but it's not part of the official strategic plan. So then when we moved on, we came up with these. When we were at the board meeting, we showed you this infused priority: ensure diverse, equitable, and inclusive campus communities. Everybody was in agreement with that. We showed you 3 goals, but they were long goals. And I think a couple of the board members said it's almost like you have objectives in those goals. So we took that back to the presidents And they agreed, and we redid these to really broad goals, increase. Now, there's not a number on it in this goal. There will be a number on it in the KPI of some kind, but the goal was to be able to remember it and say it to somebody else. Our 3 goals are increase learner success, increase employment success, which is the employment success of our students and our employers in the community, and increase organization success, which is KCTCS and its colleges. So given that, if you all are comfortable with that, this is how it looks when you break out those longer goals into objectives. And this would be the increased learner success with 2 draft objectives. And in both, it's leveraging proven practices, but to increase learner success through completion of credentials and through industry training. Does anybody have any concerns about those as our 2 major learner success goals? Then the ones for employment success are here. Strengthen industry and transfer partnerships to ensure a skilled talent pipeline and expand workforce training to ensure skilled talent to meet employer and economic development needs. I know it's late, but you can say you don't like it if you want to. I'll keep going. The third is increase organization success, and again, invest in human, physical, and operational infrastructure and expand recognition of KCTCS's value. In the document in your onboard, you have some draft action strategies just to sort of see what it might look like. Dr. Zarapata has started 3 new teams of presidents to work on this starting in January, 3 action teams, 1 for each goal, and they'll be developing those action plan strategies. Any other comments? If not, I just really appreciate the opportunity for validation so we can keep moving this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I believe that's the last item that we're going to speak to in terms of updates. There's a next session on the report is chair's report. I'm done talking. That's my report. Do you have a report, Dr. Zarapata? We've had an excellent meeting, and I really appreciate everyone's attention to detail. It was an awful lot of material to get through. The next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents will be held on March 25th of 2022. This meeting will be held at the Hazard Community and Technical College in an effort to get back out to these campuses and get the board back engaged in folks out on the campuses. It is our intention to go to Hazard in March. And if I'm correct, Amy, Owensboro is June. So we want to get back out on the campuses. To do that effectively, however, we are going to probably change things up a little bit. I know we went to the one-day meeting format, and that we're going to stay consistent with that relative to the bulk of our meeting. But when you get out to these campuses, the campus presidents really like you to take a tour and get a little bit of information about the campus. So what you're going to see is that we'll probably start on the Thursday before mid to late afternoon, where we can get on the campus, get a tour. We may actually put some of our update items from the agenda on that day. We certainly won't take action items that day. We'll do those on Friday at the more formal board meeting, but we will likely do some update items on the Thursday and get a tour of the campus. So just kind of put that in your calendar, looking at mid-afternoon on the Thursday before, which would be March 24th, and then a full day meeting on March 25th. Any questions? I need a motion to adjourn.
Yes, ma'am.
Stevens has motion to adjourn. I need a second.
Second.
All right. Regent Herdink has motion. I need a consensus or a roll call?
Consensus.
All right.
If we're
Everybody
all
ready
in
to go? Woo, we're done. Happy holidays.